You have lived too many days with hesitation in your chest, too many mornings waking with a mind already bracing for doubt. And yet, tonight, something different is being offered to you. Tonight, while you sleep, confidence will be installed so deeply into your subconscious that fear will have nothing left to hold on to. You may not realize how often doubt has stolen from you. It has talked you out of opportunities, silenced your voice, weakened your posture, and convinced you that smaller steps were safer. But this version of you, the hesitant version, is not permanent. It is only practiced, and anything practiced can be unpracticed. Confidence is not a trait. It is a decision repeated until the mind accepts it as identity. And identity is built most powerfully in the hours when the conscious mind sleeps. That is why these 5 hours matter. While you rest, your subconscious will be learning how to see you as unstoppable. Pause and think about your day. How many moments were shaped not by who you truly are, but by who you believed yourself to be? The way you introduced yourself, the chances you did not take, the ideas you kept quiet, the opportunities you let pass because doubt whispered, "Not you, not yet." Confidence would have changed every one of those moments. Imagine waking tomorrow with a different tone in your chest, not fear, not tension, but a steady inner authority. Imagine speaking and hearing your own voice sound stronger. Imagine moving through your day with the calm certainty of someone who knows he can handle whatever arises. That is the man you become when confidence is installed at the subconscious level. But before we build this new identity, we must understand the enemy. Doubt thrives in silence. It grows in the unspoken corners of your mind. It waits for moments of fatigue, stress, or uncertainty to whisper its lies. You're not ready. You'll embarrass yourself. You don't have what others have. These lies have shaped your actions more than truth has. Tonight, those lies lose their authority. Confidence is not loud. It is not arrogance. It is not reckless energy. True confidence is quiet, steady, unmoved. It is the internal knowing that no matter the challenge, the man facing it is enough. Confidence turns fear into clarity. It turns hesitation into direction. It turns obstacles into stepping stones. And confidence can be installed. Let me show you a simple image. You are standing in front of a mirror tomorrow morning. You look into your own eyes, expecting to see the same uncertainty you've seen for years. But instead, something else looks back, a deeper presence, a stronger posture, a steadier gaze. You feel it instantly. Something is different. Something in you has risen. This is the result of subconscious conditioning. The conscious mind argues, it doubts, it analyzes. But the subconscious obeys emotion, repetition, and identity. When it accepts that you are confident, your behavior aligns automatically. You begin acting like the man you have always wanted to be, not by force, but by nature. Confidence becomes your default. But I must warn you, confidence cannot be installed if you drift through these hours casually. You must listen with openness. You must allow the words to sink beyond your thinking mind and take root where your identity lives. Let the sentences reach the places fear has been hiding. Let them push out the hesitation that has held you back for too long. Consider how many people treat confidence as something they must earn through achievement. They believe confidence comes after success. But in truth, success comes after confidence. A man must believe in himself before the world permits him to rise. Confidence is the permission slip for achievement. Tonight you will hand yourself that permission slip. Think of every choice that required courage but met hesitation instead. A conversation you avoided. A dream you delayed. A risk you never took. What might your life look like had you been confident in those moments? What doors would have opened? What paths would have revealed themselves? Confidence creates possibilities where fear once created limits, and those possibilities are waiting for you. As you drift towards sleep, your subconscious becomes receptive like fertile soil waiting for new seed. Tonight, the seeds planted will be confidence, courage, and certainty. You will hear phrases that shape the way you see yourself. You will absorb beliefs that strengthen your will. You will release attachments to past versions of yourself. You are not who doubt says you are. You are who you decide to rehearse. Picture another future moment. You walk into a room where you once felt small, but instead of shrinking, you stand taller. Your shoulders relax, your breath deepens, your voice becomes stable. People respond to you differently, not because they changed, but because your presence did. Confidence changes your presence, and presence changes your outcomes. Let me tell you a truth most men never learn. Confidence is not built by waiting for fear to disappear. Confidence is built by training your mind to act despite fear. Fear only controls the man who believes it. Confidence controls the man who believes in himself. Tonight, you shift from one to the other. Your mind will soon enter a state where doubt cannot defend itself. The subconscious accepts new beliefs quickly in this state. This is where transformation happens, not when you are awake and tense, but when you are relaxed, drifting, open. Let your body soften, let your breath slow, let your mind release the tightness it carried all day. You are entering the realm where identity changes effortlessly. As these next hours unfold, you will be guided into a mindset where confidence becomes natural. You will begin to see yourself differently. You will begin to expect more from yourself. You will begin to treat fear as a signal not to stop, but to move forward with intention. Fear loses power when confidence rises. By the time you wake, doubt will no longer speak as loudly. Its voice will sound smaller, weaker, less convincing, and confidence will sound clearer. You will feel it in the way you stand, walk, speak, decide. Confidence will become your new baseline. Tonight, as you sleep, you are not merely resting, you are rebuilding. You are releasing the old identity that kept your life small. You are welcoming the identity of a man who acts, who speaks boldly, who moves toward opportunity instead of away from it. Sleep now. Let the conditioning begin. Let confidence install itself as the core of who you are. And when morning comes, rise fearless. I have observed men for more than half a century, and I say this without hesitation. Confidence is not a gift bestowed upon the fortunate, nor is it a quality reserved for those born into advantage. Confidence is a condition of the mind, cultivated through habitual thought, disciplined expectation, and unwavering self-trust. Wherever confidence appears, achievement soon follows, as naturally as harvest follows seed time. Most men misunderstand confidence because they look for it in outward display. They mistake loud speech for certainty and restless motion for strength. Yet the most confident men I have ever studied were not noisy. They were composed. They did not announce their worth. They expected it to be recognized. Confidence, in its pure form, is quiet. It does not argue. It does not plead. It simply is. Hesitation, on the other hand, is never quiet. It hums beneath the surface of thought, draining vitality, bending posture, weakening resolve. I have seen brilliant men talk themselves out of opportunity, not because they lacked ability, but because they doubted their right to act. Doubt steals more from men than failure ever could, because doubt prevents action before failure has a chance to instruct. You must understand this clearly. The version of you that hesitates is not permanent. It is practiced. You did not inherit hesitation. You rehearsed it. And anything rehearsed can be replaced by a stronger habit if the mind is given new instruction and allowed to accept it as truth. Confidence is not an emotion that appears at random. It is the result of inner agreement. When a man agrees with himself, when his thoughts, decisions, and expectations move in the same direction, confidence becomes inevitable. But when a man argues inwardly, when one part urges action and another demands retreat, confidence dissolves into uncertainty. I have known men of modest education who inspired immediate trust wherever they went. Others, though richly schooled, failed to command attention. The difference was never knowledge alone. It was certainty. People respond instinctively to certainty. They sense it before a word is spoken. They yield to it not by reason, but by recognition. Observe carefully how confident men are treated by others. Their words are listened to without interruption. Their requests are met without suspicion. Their presence settles rooms previously restless. This is not chance. It is the natural response to inner authority. Confidence broadcasts itself without effort, just as fear announces itself without permission. Many men believe confidence comes after success. This belief has ruined more lives than poverty. Confidence must come first. Success does not grant confidence. Confidence invites success. Until a man believes in himself, the world withholds its cooperation. Once he believes, circumstances rearrange themselves in his favor with remarkable speed. I wish you to consider how many opportunities have passed you not because you were unqualified, but because you questioned your readiness. How many conversations did you soften? How many ambitions did you delay? How many doors did you leave unopened? Because doubt whispered caution where confidence should have commanded action. Doubt always speaks in reasonable tones. It disguises itself as prudence. It urges delay, preparation, waiting for a better moment. Yet the confident man understands that readiness is born of decision, not delay. He acts first, and confidence rises to meet him. The mind does not distinguish between truth and repetition. Whatever it hears most often, it accepts as fact. For this reason, men who speak doubt inwardly grow timid, and men who speak strength inwardly grow bold. The subconscious mind obeys instruction without debate. It shapes behavior according to the identity it is given. You have spoken to yourself every day of your life. The only question is what you have been saying. If you have repeated hesitation, your mind has accepted hesitation as identity. If you have repeated self-trust, your mind would have shaped you into a confident man long ago. Confidence is installed through repetition, but not repetition alone. It must be accompanied by feeling. The subconscious responds to emotion more quickly than reason. When confidence is spoken with calm certainty, when it is felt in the body as steadiness rather than excitement, it takes root deeply and resists dislodgement. There was once a young man of ordinary appearance who entered a place where experienced men gathered. He did not speak at once. He listened. When he finally spoke, his words were few, but his tone carried conviction. The room quieted. Men who had been speaking freely turned toward him. Within a year, he led those same men not because he forced them, but because they trusted him. What they trusted was not his experience alone. They trusted his self-trust. Confidence alters posture before it alters fortune. The shoulders relax, the breath deepens, the voice steadies. These changes occur without conscious effort once the mind has accepted confidence as its natural state. When a man no longer questions his worth, his body stops signaling uncertainty. This is why confidence cannot be feigned for long. Pretense exhausts. Genuine confidence conserves energy. It allows a man to move through challenge without strain because his mind no longer debates his ability to endure. I have studied men who failed repeatedly yet remained confident. They learned faster, rose higher, and endured longer than men who succeeded early but doubted themselves. Failure does not destroy confidence. Indecision does. The man who decides firmly and persists grows stronger with each step, regardless of immediate result. Confidence is not arrogance. Arrogance is loud insecurity seeking validation. Confidence seeks nothing. It assumes sufficiency. It permits others to be themselves without threat. For this reason, confident men inspire loyalty rather than resistance. There is a moral obligation attached to confidence. A man who doubts himself wastes the abilities entrusted to him. He deprives others of the service he could render. Confidence is not selfish. It is responsible. The world advances through men who trust themselves enough to act. Your mind is most receptive when it is relaxed, when resistance is low and attention drifts inward. In these hours, identity is shaped with little effort. This is why repetition before sleep is so powerful. The conscious mind rests, and the subconscious accepts instruction without argument. As you listen now, your mind is learning how to regard you. Each calm assertion of confidence becomes a command. Each image of steady action becomes expectation. You are not forcing belief. You are allowing belief to form naturally. Confidence does not eliminate fear. It renders fear irrelevant. The confident man feels fear as information, not instruction. He proceeds with clarity rather than retreating into analysis. I want you to understand this deeply. The world does not require perfection from you. It requires decision. Once you decide who you are and how you will act, confidence follows as surely as shadow follows form. Men who achieve greatness are not those who wait for certainty. They are those who become certain through action. Confidence is strengthened by movement, weakened by delay. You may have believed that others possessed something you lacked. This belief was false. They practiced self-trust longer, that is all. They repeated belief where others repeated doubt. Tonight, you begin a different rehearsal. As these thoughts settle into your mind, let them replace the old inner conversation. Let self-trust become familiar. Let certainty feel natural. You do not need to struggle for confidence. You need only permit your mind to accept it as truth. Confidence grows wherever it is expected. You are learning now to expect strength from yourself. This expectation will soon express itself in your actions without conscious effort. You will speak more directly. You will decide more quickly. You will stand more firmly. Others will notice before you do. They will sense steadiness where uncertainty once appeared. They will respond with trust where hesitation once invited doubt. They will follow your lead without being asked. This is not magic. It is law. You are not becoming someone else. You are returning to the self that acts without apology. As you continue listening, allow this understanding to settle deeply. Confidence is not something you seek. It is something you permit. And once permitted, it remains. I have learned through long observation that doubt is not born in the mind, it is taught to the mind. No child begins life fearing his own ability. Doubt is acquired through repeated suggestion, through careless words spoken inwardly, and through habits of delay that weaken self-trust. Confidence disappears only when it is replaced by another instruction. The mind is obedient by nature. It accepts direction wherever direction is given consistently. When a man repeatedly entertains thoughts of limitation, the mind obeys by restricting action. When he entertains thoughts of strength, the mind responds by supplying courage. The mind does not judge the command. It executes it. Most men believe doubt is a natural safeguard. They imagine it protects them from embarrassment or error. In truth, doubt protects nothing. It robs initiative and invites stagnation. Fear never saved a man from defeat. It only saved him from effort. You must understand this clearly. Doubt survives only because it is rehearsed. It is spoken inwardly so often that the mind accepts it as truth. But doubt has no authority of its own. It borrows its power from repetition. Remove repetition, and doubt withers. The subconscious mind governs habit, feeling, and identity. It responds more readily to what is repeated with emotion than to what is reasoned once with effort. This is why men who feel confident, even briefly, often outperform men who merely think they should be. Confidence is not impressed upon the mind by argument. It is impressed by calm assertion, spoken repeatedly until the mind ceases to resist. The subconscious hears tone more than meaning. When strength is spoken quietly and firmly, it accepts strength as fact. I have seen men transformed not by new opportunity, but by new inner instruction. A man who alters the way he speaks to himself alters the way the world responds to him. His voice steadies. His actions align. His decisions carry weight. There was once a salesman who believed himself inferior among competitors. He rehearsed this belief daily without realizing it. His sales reflected his inner opinion. When he changed nothing outwardly but altered his inner instruction, repeating strength nightly, his results doubled within months. Nothing else had changed. His territory was the same. His goods were the same. Only his self-command had shifted. This illustrates a principle of profound importance. The mind moves toward what it is instructed to expect. If it expects rejection, it prepares retreat. If it expects success, it prepares advance. Many men attempt to fight doubt, This is unnecessary and ineffective. Doubt feeds on attention. Confidence grows through replacement. When you speak strength, doubt loses space to operate. Repetition is the law through which identity is shaped. Every habit, whether useful or destructive, was born through repetition. Confidence is no exception. It must be rehearsed until it feels familiar, then rehearsed further until it feels inevitable. Night hours are especially powerful for this purpose. When the body rests, the mind loosens its guard. Ideas pass inward without resistance. This is when self-instruction sinks deepest and shapes behavior most thoroughly. As you listen now, your mind is receiving instruction without strain. There is no need to force belief. The subconscious accepts what is calmly repeated with assurance. Consider how often you have repeated doubt without intention. How many times have you inwardly said, "I am not ready," or "This is beyond me," or "Others are more capable"? Each time you spoke these words, your mind obeyed. Now you reverse the process. Confidence must be spoken as identity, not as hope. The mind responds to statements of being more readily than statements of desire. When you say, "I am steady," the mind arranges behavior to match steadiness. When you say, "I trust myself," the mind aligns action with trust. I have observed leaders who spoke little but thought firmly. Their authority came not from force but from inner agreement. They were not divided within themselves. Their thoughts moved in one direction. This unity produced confidence. Division within the mind produces weakness. Agreement within the mind produces power. When you instruct your mind nightly, you are unifying its forces. You are removing internal conflict. Confidence emerges naturally when the mind no longer debates its own worth. It is important to note that confidence does not require proof in advance. Proof follows confidence, not the reverse. The mind accepts identity first, then gathers evidence to support it. This explains why confident men appear fortunate. They are not favored by chance. They are favored by expectation. Their minds look for opportunity and recognize it quickly. Others overlook it entirely. Autosuggestion, though often misunderstood, is nothing more than deliberate inner speech. Every man practices it unconsciously. The only difference between the confident and the hesitant man is content. One tells himself, "I will manage whatever arises." The other tells himself, "I hope I am not exposed." The mind obeys both. Confidence is strengthened not by excitement, but by calm repetition. Speak to your mind as one would instruct a trusted servant, clearly, firmly, without emotion or apology. The subconscious respects authority. I have studied men who rose from obscurity not because they were exceptional at the beginning, but because they spoke to themselves as men who would endure. They refused to rehearse failure. They did not dwell on error. They corrected course and persisted. Persistence itself is a form of confidence. It is the refusal to withdraw belief from oneself. When confidence takes root, behavior changes subtly but decisively. The man speaks when he would have remained silent. He steps forward where he once hesitated. These actions reinforce belief, creating a cycle of strengthening assurance. The world responds to this cycle quickly. Men trust those who trust themselves. Opportunities flow toward certainty. There is no need to exaggerate your abilities. Confidence does not require embellishment. It requires acceptance. Accept your capacity to learn, to adapt, to persist. That alone is sufficient. The subconscious does not demand perfection. It demands consistency. Speak strength consistently, and the mind will organize itself accordingly. As you rest and listen, allow these instructions to repeat quietly within you. Let them replace the old inner speech. You are not erasing the past. You are installing a stronger present. Confidence is becoming familiar. Doubt is losing repetition. Your mind is aligning with steadiness, certainty, and self-trust. This process requires no strain. It unfolds naturally as repetition continues. The more calmly you accept confidence, the more firmly it settles. You are instructing your mind now, and your mind is listening. There is no greater destroyer of confidence than indecision. I have examined thousands of lives that failed to rise, and I say this with certainty. They did not fail because they lacked intelligence, opportunity, or strength. They failed because they delayed. They postponed action until courage dissolved into doubt and doubt hardened into habit. Decision is the backbone of confidence. The moment a man decides firmly, his mind aligns itself behind that decision. Energy gathers, doubt retreats. Action becomes easier, not harder. But when a man hesitates, his mind divides. One part urges movement, another urges retreat. Confidence cannot exist where the mind argues with itself. Indecision exhausts the will. It drains vitality more completely than hard labor. A man who labors with decision sleeps well. A man who hesitates rests poorly. His thoughts wander. His energy scatters. His confidence leaks away unnoticed. I have known men who chose wrongly and recovered quickly, and others who chose nothing and never recovered at all. Wrong decisions instruct. No decision destroys initiative. The mind forgives error more easily than it forgives retreat. When a man decides, he places himself in motion. Motion creates momentum, and momentum breeds confidence. Even imperfect action strengthens belief because it affirms self-trust. The mind concludes, I act, I endure, I adjust. Confidence grows from this conclusion. Those who wait for certainty before acting will wait a lifetime. Certainty is born of movement, not contemplation. The confident man understands this law instinctively. He decides with the best information available and commits fully. He does not revisit the decision in weakness. There was once a young man who entered an industry crowded with experienced competitors. He lacked knowledge, resources, and favor. But he possessed one quality others lacked: finality of decision. Once he chose a course, he pursued it without retreat. Within a few years, men twice his age sought his counsel. Others perceived him as confident, not because he was always correct, but because he never wavered. Confidence announces itself through firmness. The voice steadies when the mind has concluded its debate. The body relaxes when uncertainty ends. The man who decides speaks differently. He does not test his words. He delivers them. I have observed leaders who inspired obedience simply by the way they decided. Their followers trusted them because they trusted themselves. People will forgive many errors in a leader, but they will not forgive indecision. Hesitation invites doubt from others. Firmness invites cooperation. Many men fear decision because they fear criticism, yet criticism is unavoidable. The man who hesitates is criticized for weakness. The man who decides is criticized for boldness. Only one of these builds confidence. Decision is a declaration of identity. When you decide, you announce to your mind who you are. Repeated decisions form character. Character forms destiny. Indecision keeps a man in rehearsal. Decision places him on the stage of life. I want you to observe carefully how decisive men are treated. They are assumed competent. Their instructions are followed. Their presence commands attention. This response is instinctive. People yield to firmness because firmness suggests strength. Confidence is not loud resolve. It is quiet finality. The mind is relieved when decision is made. It no longer wastes energy weighing alternatives endlessly. Once the path is chosen, energy flows forward. Confidence rises as resistance falls. I have known men who struggled for years, uncertain of their direction, whose lives changed within weeks after one firm decision. Nothing else altered. Their circumstances remained the same, only their inner posture shifted. Decision clarifies thought, it sharpens perception. Opportunities that were once invisible appear suddenly when the mind commits to a course. This is why indecision is so dangerous. It blinds the mind. The man who waits sees nothing because he expects nothing. The man who decides sees much because he anticipates progress. Confidence grows each time a man keeps his word to himself. Every broken promise weakens self-trust. Every honored decision strengthens it. Over time, the mind learns whether it can rely on its own commands. The confident man is not reckless. He is resolved. He does not rush blindly. He chooses deliberately, then proceeds without retreat. I must emphasize this truth. Confidence does not require flawless judgment. It requires loyalty to decision. The mind grows strong when it knows it will not be abandoned mid-course. Men who lack confidence often abandon themselves at the first sign of difficulty. Their minds learn betrayal. Confidence cannot survive self-betrayal. When you decide and persist, even in discomfort, your mind records strength. This record becomes identity. There was once a statesman faced with overwhelming opposition. Advisors urged delay. Critics predicted failure. He decided anyway. His firmness unified supporters and disarmed doubters. History remembers him not for the absence of fear, but for the presence of decision. Confidence is born the moment a man refuses to retreat from himself. You must practice decision deliberately. Begin with small matters. Decide promptly, carry the decision through. Teach your mind that your commands are final. Do not argue with yourself after deciding. Argument reopens doubt. Once decided, move forward calmly. Each firm decision deepens confidence. Each retreat weakens it. I have studied men who cultivated confidence by deciding swiftly on ordinary matters, what to do, when to act, how to proceed. Over time, this habit hardened into character. When great decisions arose, they were prepared. Confidence is not summoned in crisis. It is trained beforehand. As you listen now, your mind is absorbing this law. Decision is becoming associated with relief, not fear. Firmness is becoming associated with calm, not strain. You are learning to trust your capacity to choose and adjust. Fear loses power when decision appears. Doubt has no voice once the mind has concluded. Confidence grows where decision is honored. Say inwardly, calmly, and without force, I decide and I stand. I trust my judgment. I move forward without retreat. Let these statements settle without resistance. You are not required to be perfect. You are required to be firm. Confidence is taking root as your mind accepts this truth. Decision is becoming natural. Hesitation is loosening its hold. You are training yourself now quietly and effectively, and your mind is responding. Confidence, once accepted by the mind, does not remain hidden. It expresses itself through presence before it ever speaks through words. A man may say little, yet be felt deeply. This influence is not mysterious. It is the natural outward expression of inward agreement. When the mind is settled, the body follows without instruction. I have observed that the most commanding men do not strain to command. They are composed. Their movements are unhurried. Their gestures are economical. They do not rush to explain themselves. Others sense this composure and respond with attention. Confidence alters the atmosphere long before conversation begins. The body is an obedient servant of the mind. When doubt governs thought, the body tightens. The shoulders rise, the breath shortens, the eyes wander. When confidence governs thought, the body relaxes, the spine straightens naturally. The breath deepens, the gaze steadies. These changes occur without conscious effort. Many men attempt to correct posture and speech without correcting thought. This effort fails because it treats effect as cause. Presence is not manufactured, it is revealed. When the mind accepts confidence, the body announces it honestly. People respond to presence instinctively. They may not understand why they trust one man and doubt another, but the reason is always the same. They sense self-trust. Confidence is recognized without explanation. It does not require demonstration. I have seen men enter rooms where conversations ceased, not from fear, but from attention. Their calmness drew focus. Their steadiness invited respect. They did not impose silence. Silence arose naturally around them. Confidence does not push outward. It draws inward. This is why confidence cannot be rushed. Haste signals uncertainty. The confident man moves deliberately because he feels no need to hurry his worth into recognition. He expects to be heard. There was once a negotiator who rarely spoke first. He listened patiently while others exhausted themselves. When he finally spoke, his words were few, but his tone carried finality. Agreements followed quickly. Others felt relief in his certainty. His confidence rested not in cleverness, but in composure. I have known leaders whose presence steadied entire organizations during uncertainty. Their calm reassured others more than any promise could have done. Confidence transmits itself quietly through demeanor. Men are influenced less by argument than by example. The man who believes in himself teaches belief without instruction. You must understand that presence is not dominance. Dominance strains. Confidence rests. Dominance seeks control. Confidence invites cooperation. People resist force but yield to certainty. The confident man does not crowd space. He occupies it fully. He is comfortable where he stands. This comfort signals safety to others, and safety invites trust. When confidence is installed within, speech changes naturally. The voice slows. Words are chosen deliberately. Apologies disappear. Statements replace questions. The man no longer seeks permission to exist. Others notice this change immediately. They begin to listen more closely. They interrupt less. They defer more readily. Not because they are instructed to, but because they feel they should. This response is automatic. People are drawn to those who appear at ease with themselves. I have studied men who rose rapidly after years of obscurity, and in every case their manner changed before their circumstances did. They carried themselves differently. They paused without discomfort. They spoke without haste. Their confidence invited opportunity. Confidence alters timing. The man no longer rushes because he trusts outcomes. He does not chase approval. Approval finds him. The confident man also listens differently. He does not listen to defend himself. He listens to understand. This openness strengthens his presence further, as others feel acknowledged without being challenged. There is great power in quiet certainty. It disarms hostility. It settles confusion. It attracts allies. I recall a teacher who commanded obedience not through severity, but through steadiness. His students sensed his authority and followed willingly. He never raised his voice. He never argued. His confidence made instruction easy. Confidence simplifies interaction. Where doubt complicates, confidence clarifies. The mind of the confident man is not scattered. It is centered. This centering produces gravity. Others feel it without knowing why. This is why confidence is often mistaken for leadership. In truth, leadership is merely confidence applied in service of others. When you install confidence inwardly, you need not change behavior deliberately. Behavior will follow identity naturally. Effort disappears. Strain dissolves. I caution you not to attempt to act confident. Acting invites exhaustion. Being confident invites ease. The difference is profound. As your mind continues to accept confidence as identity, your presence will change without conscious direction. You will stand differently. You will enter rooms differently. You will occupy silence comfortably. Others will respond in ways that surprise you. They will trust you sooner. They will confide more readily. They will look to you in moments of uncertainty. This is not manipulation. It is alignment. Confidence aligns inner belief with outer expression. I have seen men who once avoided attention become natural centers of it after changing nothing but their inner posture. They did not seek prominence. Prominence found them. Presence is not volume. It is weight. The confident man carries weight because he carries himself. As you listen now, your mind is forming an image of yourself as composed, steady, and assured. This image is instructing your body quietly. There is no need to imagine force. Imagine ease. See yourself standing without tension, breathing without hurry, speaking without apology. Let this image repeat gently. The subconscious learns through repetition of image as well as word. Confidence is settling into your posture. It is softening unnecessary effort. It is removing the urge to prove. The man who trusts himself no longer seeks confirmation from others. He does not need agreement to proceed. This independence strengthens presence further. People trust those who trust themselves. This law has never failed. Confidence does not isolate. It attracts. It does not threaten. It reassures. It does not demand attention. It receives it. You are learning now to inhabit your space fully, to allow silence, to move deliberately, to speak with finality. This is not something you must remember to do. It is something your mind is accepting as natural. As confidence settles deeper, you will notice that effort decreases, decisions feel simpler, interaction feels easier. This is the sign that identity is shifting. Confidence is becoming your default state. Allow this understanding to settle as you rest. Your presence is changing. Others will notice. You will feel it after they do. And confidence will continue to strengthen without strain. Confidence, once awakened, must be guarded and strengthened through persistence. Nothing of value remains fixed without maintenance. Just as the body weakens without use, confidence fades if neglected. The difference between the confident man and the wavering man is not talent, but loyalty to his chosen self. I have observed that men lose confidence not through great defeats, but through small lapses in discipline. A single retreat excused, a promise broken quietly, a decision abandoned without reason, these weaken self-trust subtly. The mind records every betrayal, no matter how minor. Confidence is built when a man keeps faith with himself. Every time he does what he resolved to do, his mind strengthens its belief in him. Every time he fails to follow through, the mind learns caution. Over time, these lessons harden into identity. Persistence is the outward expression of confidence. It is the refusal to withdraw belief from oneself when results are delayed. The confident man persists, not because success is guaranteed, but because retreat would violate his inner agreement. There are men who persist stubbornly in error. This is not confidence, but pride. Confidence persists intelligently. It adapts without abandoning itself. It adjusts course without surrendering purpose. I have known men who failed repeatedly yet never lost confidence because they interpreted failure as instruction rather than judgment. They learned. They refined. They continued. Their persistence taught the mind resilience, and resilience became certainty. The mind does not distinguish between persistence in small matters and persistence in great ones. A man who completes small tasks trains himself for larger commitments. Confidence grows through consistency, not magnitude. This is why daily discipline matters. The confident man orders his thoughts each day. He does not allow them to wander into doubt unchecked. He replaces weakness immediately with strength. Repetition is the tool through which this discipline is maintained. The mind accepts what it hears most often. When confidence is spoken daily, it becomes familiar. When familiar, it becomes unquestioned. I caution you against neglecting this law. Men often build confidence briefly, then assume it will remain without attention. This assumption is false. Confidence must be renewed through loyalty to identity. The confident man protects his inner environment. He avoids conversation that weakens belief. He refuses to dwell on defeat. He does not rehearse fear aloud or inwardly. He understands that thought is seed. I once studied a merchant who rose steadily while others fluctuated wildly. His secret was not luck nor superior intellect. It was consistency. He maintained the same inner posture regardless of circumstance. His confidence did not rise with success nor fall with setback. This steadiness made him dependable. Others trusted him because he trusted himself consistently. Confidence matures through endurance. Early confidence may feel fragile. It strengthens through use. Each challenge met without retreat thickens its roots. Men who lack confidence often seek reassurance. Confident men seek alignment. They do not ask, "Will I succeed?" They ask, "Am I acting in harmony with my decision?" This shift is crucial. Confidence does not depend on outcome. It depends on integrity. Integrity, in this sense, means wholeness. It means the man's thoughts, words, and actions agree. When agreement exists, confidence follows naturally. The mind resists contradiction. When you say one thing and do another, tension arises. This tension is felt as doubt. When you act in harmony with your decisions, tension dissolves, calm replaces it. Persistence is the practice of harmony. There will be moments when old habits attempt to return. Doubt may whisper. Fatigue may invite retreat. These moments are tests, not threats. Each time you persist, confidence strengthens. The mind learns through repetition of response. When faced with difficulty, if you respond with steadiness, the mind concludes, I endure. This conclusion becomes belief. Confidence deepens most during resistance. Ease does not instruct the mind. Challenge does. I have seen men lose confidence after early success because they relaxed discipline. They assumed identity was secure. It was not. Confidence requires continued loyalty. The confident man remains vigilant, not out of fear, but out of respect for law. He understands that what is practiced persists, and what is neglected fades. Daily repetition does not require force. It requires consistency. Speak strength calmly. Reaffirm identity quietly. Remind the mind who you are. You need not convince. You need only repeat. As these thoughts repeat within you now, they are forming habit. Habit shapes character. Character shapes destiny. Confidence is becoming less an effort and more a condition. You will notice that decisions require less deliberation. Action feels more natural. Doubt arises less often and dissolves more quickly. This is the sign of permanence. I urge you not to seek excitement in this process. Excitement fades. Calm endures. Confidence is calm. Men often mistake intensity for strength. True strength is steady. The confident man does not hurry progress. He trusts accumulation. He knows that repetition compounds power quietly. This trust allows patience without passivity. I have known men who achieved mastery simply by refusing to abandon daily practice. Others with greater talent failed because they lacked persistence. Confidence responds to patience. It grows slowly, then suddenly appears complete. There is a law at work here. Whatever you remain loyal to becomes part of you. Remain loyal to your confident identity. Do not negotiate with doubt. Do not entertain retreat. Return to repetition. Each night, reinforce belief. Each day, honor decision. Confidence will become unquestioned. You will act without strain. Others will feel steadiness where uncertainty once appeared. This is the reward of persistence. As you rest now, your mind is learning endurance. It is accepting consistency as safety. Confidence is settling deeper, becoming habitual. You are no longer building confidence. You are maintaining it. And what is maintained becomes permanent. There comes a moment in the life of every man when repetition gives way to acceptance. What was once practiced becomes natural. What was once chosen becomes assumed. This is the moment when confidence ceases to feel like effort and begins to feel like truth. You are approaching that moment now. The subconscious mind does not reason. It recognizes patterns. When it observes consistency over time, it concludes permanence. Confidence becomes fixed, not when it is declared once, but when it is lived without contradiction. The mind accepts identity when it is no longer challenged by retreat. I have studied men who reached this point quietly, without ceremony. One day they realized doubt no longer held the same authority. Fear still appeared, but it no longer commanded obedience. Confidence had become the ruling influence. This is the natural outcome of disciplined thought. You are not erasing fear. You are removing its rank. Fear becomes a messenger, not a master. Confidence becomes the decision maker. This is the correct order of power. When confidence is sealed, the mind rests more easily. Inner conflict subsides. Energy that was once consumed by hesitation becomes available for creation. Life feels simpler, not because challenges vanish, but because resistance dissolves. The confident man does not require constant reassurance. He carries assurance within. This inward security makes him dependable to others. They sense that he will not collapse under pressure. Dependability is the outward proof of confidence. I have known men whose presence alone inspired calm in times of disorder. They did not promise certainty. They embodied it. Their minds were settled. Others borrowed that settlement instinctively. Confidence becomes most visible when circumstances are uncertain. Calm in chaos is unmistakable. It signals mastery of self. This mastery does not arrive suddenly. It is the accumulation of many moments when you chose firmness over retreat. Each of those moments has taught your mind something important, that you are reliable. The subconscious mind now associates you with steadiness. This association will guide your behavior automatically. You will not need to remind yourself to be confident. You will simply act. The confident man no longer prepares speeches inwardly. He no longer rehearses defense. He trusts his ability to respond as needed. This trust frees attention. Attention, once freed, becomes creative power. I want you to understand the finality of this process. When identity is accepted by the subconscious, it resists change. Confidence, once sealed, does not evaporate easily. It becomes the default condition to which the mind returns. This is why men who truly possess confidence appear unchanged by praise or blame. Their center is internal. External opinion passes through without disturbance. Such men are rare, not because confidence is difficult, but because loyalty to identity is rare. You have been practicing loyalty. Each repetition has strengthened alignment. Each decision honored has reinforced belief. Each persistence through discomfort has hardened confidence. Now the mind recognizes pattern. It accepts you as a man who stands. From this point forward, hesitation will feel unfamiliar. Retreat will feel unnatural. You will sense when a thought does not belong to your identity. This awareness is power. The confident man does not argue with doubt. He notices it and proceeds anyway. Doubt fades from lack of use. Confidence remains from habit. I have seen men transformed so thoroughly that those who knew them before could not explain the change. They said, "He is different now," and they were correct. He had become different inwardly first. Identity precedes reputation. You will notice that people begin to treat you differently without knowing why. They will speak to you with more respect. They will expect competence. They will offer opportunity more readily. They are responding to what you are projecting without effort. Confidence is projection without intention. This change will feel subtle to you at first. Others will perceive it sooner. Eventually, you will realize that effort has disappeared. You will act naturally where you once strained. This is the sign that installation is complete. From this point forward, confidence will be reinforced by experience automatically. Each successful action will confirm belief. Each challenge met will deepen assurance. The cycle is now self-sustaining. I urge you not to marvel at this change, but to accept it calmly. Confidence thrives on normality. Treat it as natural, because it is. There is no need to announce your transformation. Quiet confidence reveals itself. As you rest now, your mind is sealing this identity. The subconscious is concluding that confidence belongs here permanently. There is no urgency, no effort, no resistance, only acceptance. Let yourself settle into this understanding. You trust yourself, you act without retreat, you persist without strain, you stand calmly in your own authority. This is not aspiration, this is description. Confidence is now your baseline. It will greet you in the morning before thought appears. It will steady your voice before speech forms. It will guide your actions without instruction. You will recognize it not by excitement, but by ease. You are becoming the man who follows through, the man who decides, the man who stands. Sleep now with this identity secure. Let the mind rest in certainty. Let the body relax in trust. Confidence is no longer something you seek, it is something you are, and it will remain. Now that the mind has accepted confidence as its rightful condition, there is nothing further to force. Growth no longer requires effort. The soil has been prepared, the seed planted, and the roots have taken hold. What remains is allowance. Confidence strengthens best when it is permitted to operate without interference. You may notice that the mind has grown quieter. Thoughts no longer rush to justify action. There is less inner explanation, less argument, less rehearsal. This quiet is not emptiness, it is order. Order is the natural companion of confidence. The subconscious now understands its role. It supports action instead of resisting it. It supplies steadiness instead of hesitation. This cooperation feels natural because it is natural. Conflict was the foreign condition. As confidence settles, time itself seems to change. Urgency fades. Patience increases. You will notice that you are no longer pressed by the need to prove yourself. Proof becomes unnecessary when belief is internal. This is the state in which great work is accomplished. I have observed that men who reach this condition no longer ask whether they are capable. They assume capability and move on. They conserve energy by refusing to debate settled matters. Confidence is conservation of force. When the mind ceases to argue, strength accumulates. This accumulation expresses itself quietly. You may not feel sudden excitement. Instead, you will feel steadiness. Decisions will feel simpler. Movement will feel easier. You will act without the sense that you are acting bravely. This is the truest sign of confidence. The confident man does not feel courageous. He feels normal. Fear has not disappeared. It has lost importance. It no longer commands attention. It speaks softly, if at all. Confidence does not suppress fear. It outgrows it. The mind now associates you with follow-through. This association is powerful. It will guide you when thought is absent. In moments of fatigue, it will carry you forward automatically. This is why repetition during rest is so effective. The mind is learning even as it sleeps. It is recording identity without resistance. As you continue resting, allow this identity to deepen. There is no need to visualize effort. See yourself acting naturally, speaking simply, standing calmly. These images instruct without strain. Your posture is relaxed. Your breathing is even. Your attention is steady. These are not techniques. They are expressions. I want you to notice how confidence now feels less like something you do and more like something you allow. Allowance is the final stage of mastery. When a quality no longer requires maintenance, it has become permanent. You will carry this into waking life without conscious intention. In conversation, you will pause more easily. In decision, you will hesitate less. In challenge, you will stand longer. Others will respond accordingly. They will not know why they trust you. They will simply feel that they should. Trust is the echo of confidence. You are not responsible for managing this response. Let it occur naturally. Confidence does not manage. It permits. I have known men who attempted to control outcomes and failed, and men who trusted themselves and succeeded without struggle. The difference was not desire, but self-belief. Self-belief simplifies life. You will find that fewer things disturb you. Criticism will pass quickly. Praise will not intoxicate. Both will lose their hold because your center is internal. This internal center is the seat of confidence. It does not shift with opinion. It does not bend with pressure. It does not retreat under strain. It simply remains. Confidence now operates below thought. It guides choice before doubt can intervene. This is the greatest advantage a man can possess. From this point forward, growth will continue automatically. Each experience will reinforce belief. Each challenge met will deepen assurance. Confidence will no longer need protection. It will protect you. As you sleep, your mind is sealing this understanding. You trust yourself. You act with calm authority. You remain loyal to your decisions. These truths are no longer suggestions. They are descriptions. The subconscious accepts them fully. Let the body rest. Let the mind drift. There is nothing to solve, nothing to prepare, nothing to defend. Confidence stands watch, and you are free to sleep. There is a point beyond effort where a man no longer questions who he is becoming. He simply proceeds. This point is not reached through strain, but through quiet agreement with oneself. When the mind ceases to resist its own direction, confidence becomes effortless, and effort becomes unnecessary. I have spent a lifetime observing this moment in men of all stations. It arrives quietly. There is no announcement, no celebration, only a calm realization that doubt no longer governs choice. The man moves as if guided, not driven. This is the state you are entering now. The subconscious mind has accepted its instruction. It has recognized a pattern of firmness, steadiness, and self-trust. It no longer waits for permission to support you. It acts automatically in your favor. From this point forward, you will notice that thought no longer circles endlessly. Decisions conclude themselves. Action follows without argument. Confidence has removed the need for inner debate. Inner debate is the enemy of peace. Peace is the companion of confidence. The man who trusts himself rests more deeply. His sleep is not burdened by unresolved conflict. His waking hours are not drained by second-guessing. Energy once consumed by doubt is now available for creation. This surplus of energy is often mistaken for luck. In truth, it is order restored. I have known men who changed nothing outwardly, yet found life responding differently once their inner posture changed. Opportunity appeared where none had been visible. Cooperation replaced resistance. Ease replaced friction. The world responds to the inner state of man with exactness. Confidence is a signal. It informs circumstances how to arrange themselves around you. You are no longer signaling hesitation. You are signaling readiness. This readiness does not mean impatience. It means availability. The confident man is available to life. He does not hide from it. He does not postpone himself. He meets conditions as they arise. Such a man is rare, and for that reason, valuable. You may notice that people now expect more from you. This expectation is not a burden. It is recognition. They sense that you will not collapse under responsibility. Responsibility is given to those who appear capable of bearing it. Confidence is capacity made visible. I wish to correct one final misunderstanding. Confidence does not make life easier by removing difficulty. It makes life simpler by removing resistance. Challenges remain, but they no longer feel personal. They are met as tasks, not threats. The confident man does not ask, "Why me?" He asks, "What is required?" This question moves him forward immediately. You will find that excuses lose their appeal. Delay loses its comfort. Retreat loses its justification. Not because you force discipline, but because your identity no longer permits avoidance. This is the greatest transformation of all. The man who no longer negotiates with his weaker impulses becomes free. Freedom is not the absence of obligation. It is the absence of inner conflict. You have trained your mind well. It now trusts you. It follows your decisions without resistance. It supplies steadiness where it once supplied doubt. This trust is mutual. You trust your mind to support you. Your mind trusts you to lead. This harmony is confidence. I have seen men search the world for guidance while ignoring this simple alignment within themselves. Yet all power begins here. Confidence is self-government. A man who governs himself is not governed by circumstance. From this point forward, you will notice subtle changes. Your voice will carry more weight. Your silence will feel comfortable. Your presence will invite respect without demand. You will not need to announce your confidence. It will announce itself. Others will sense that you are not easily shaken. They will test you less. They will rely on you more. This is not because you are aggressive, but because you are settled. Settled men inspire trust. The future will now unfold differently, not because fate has changed, but because you have changed the manner in which you meet it. Where you once hesitated, you will proceed. Where you once doubted, you will decide. Where you once retreated, you will remain. These changes will feel natural, not heroic. Confidence does not dramatize life. It normalizes strength. You may reflect at times on who you once were. Do so without judgment. That man was practicing what he knew. You are practicing what you know now. Growth is not condemnation. It is replacement. There is nothing to regret, only alignment to continue. I advise you to treat this confidence as ordinary. Do not protect it anxiously. Do not test it unnecessarily. Live from it. Confidence weakens when admired too closely. It strengthens when used naturally. Use it. Speak when needed. Decide when required. Rest when appropriate. Trust this rhythm. The subconscious has learned it well. As you continue sleeping, resting, or simply listening, this identity is being reinforced quietly. There is no urgency, no pressure, no striving. The installation is complete. What remains is expression. You are now the kind of man who follows through, the kind of man who stands by his word, the kind of man who moves forward without apology. This is not ambition, this is character. Character, once formed, shapes destiny without effort. You will wake carrying this confidence without thinking about it. You will move through the day supported by it. You will return to rest without conflict. This is the natural state of a man, aligned with himself. Remain here. Let confidence remain, and know that what you have installed will endure, because it is no longer a practice. It is who you are. I now place before you an exercise of thought, which, if practiced faithfully, will fix confidence so firmly within you that no circumstance may uproot it. This exercise requires no tools, no isolation from life, and no withdrawal from duty. It requires only sincerity, repetition, and obedience to your own word. Begin this exercise at a time when the body is at rest and the mind is unhurried. Night is best, though morning will also serve. Sit or lie in a position of ease, where no muscle strains and no discomfort calls attention to itself. Let the body become still, for stillness invites the mind inward. Close your eyes gently, not with force, but with permission. As the eyes close, allow the breath to deepen naturally. Do not control it sharply. Let it lengthen of its own accord. With each breath, feel the body settle more fully into rest, as if weight were increasing and effort dissolving. Now bring your attention inward, not to thought, but to presence. Become aware that you are here, alert yet calm. This awareness is the doorway through which instruction enters the subconscious. Do not hurry this moment. Remain until you feel collected rather than scattered. When this calm is established, begin to speak inwardly to yourself, not as one pleading or wishing, but as one declaring fact. The tone must be firm, quiet, and final. The subconscious obeys authority, not urgency. Say inwardly, slowly, and deliberately, I trust myself. Pause after these words. Let them echo. Do not analyze them. Allow the mind to receive them as instruction. Now repeat, I am steady in all situations. Again, pause. Feel the meaning rather than think it. Continue, I decide without hesitation. I act without retreat. I remain loyal to my word. Each statement must be spoken as though it describes what already exists. The mind responds to being, not becoming. After these declarations, introduce imagination. Imagination is the workshop of the mind. It translates instruction into experience. Picture yourself in a situation where you once hesitated. See it clearly, but without emotional strain. Observe yourself now acting with calm assurance. Notice your posture in this imagined scene. Your shoulders are relaxed. Your stance is firm. Your breathing is even. You do not rush. You do not withdraw. You proceed naturally. Do not dramatize this image. Simplicity instructs the subconscious more effectively than excess. See the scene as ordinary. Confidence thrives on normality. Now imagine the response of others. They listen, they trust, they accept your direction without resistance. Not because you force them, but because your presence is settled. This response must feel natural, not miraculous. Remain with this image until it feels familiar. Next, return to inner speech. Say, "My confidence grows through use. I honor my decisions. I complete what I begin." These statements reinforce the law of persistence. The mind must associate confidence with follow-through. Now introduce memory, but carefully. Recall a moment, any moment when you acted decisively, even if small. It may be an ordinary instance, a choice made promptly, a task completed, a word kept. Relive it briefly. Feel the steadiness that accompanied it. This recollection proves to the mind that confidence already exists within you. The subconscious accepts proof more readily than persuasion. Now say, "I have acted with confidence before. I act with confidence now. I will act with confidence again." These statements link past, present, and future into one continuous identity. Identity is formed through continuity. At this point, remain silent for a short interval. Let the mind absorb what has been impressed. Silence allows instruction to settle. If thoughts wander, do not resist them. Return gently to the exercise. Resistance creates conflict. Confidence grows through calm repetition. After silence, resume inner speech with authority. "I am sufficient for my tasks. I meet conditions as they arise. I remain composed under pressure." Speak these words as commands, not requests. Now imagine the coming day. See yourself rising with ease. Notice that there is no inner debate about ability. You prepare calmly, you move deliberately, decisions are made without strain. Visualize yourself encountering an unexpected challenge. Observe that you do not tighten or withdraw. You pause briefly, then respond. The response need not be perfect. It need only be firm. This image trains the mind to expect steadiness rather than alarm. Next, introduce the principle of loyalty. Say inwardly, "I do not abandon myself. I stand by my decisions. I persist until adjustment is required." These statements teach the mind that retreat is no longer an option, except through intelligent change. Now imagine a moment of fatigue. See yourself continuing without resentment. Confidence is often tested when energy is low. This image prepares the mind for endurance. Remain with this image until it feels acceptable, not heroic. Now conclude the exercise with final declarations. Confidence is my natural state. I trust myself completely. I move forward without apology. Speak these words once, slowly, and then allow silence. At this point, if sleep follows, permit it. Sleep carries instruction deeper. If wakefulness remains, rest quietly. Do not review the exercise. Trust the process. This exercise must be practiced daily, not with excitement, but with fidelity. Repetition is the law through which belief hardens into fact. Do not attempt to shorten it prematurely. The mind requires time to accept new authority. Patience accelerates permanence. If doubt appears during the day, do not struggle with it. Simply recall one statement from the exercise, any one, and repeat it calmly. This interrupts the old pattern and restores alignment. Remember, the subconscious responds to consistency, not intensity. This exercise is not meant to inspire emotion. It is meant to establish order. Confidence is order within the mind. As days pass, you will notice changes. Decisions will require less effort. Action will feel more natural. Others will respond differently. These are signs that the exercise is working. Do not seek these signs eagerly. Allow them to appear. If a day is missed, resume without guilt. Guilt weakens authority. Authority resumes through calm persistence. This exercise, practiced faithfully, will change not only how you act, but how you are perceived. Confidence, once fixed, expresses itself automatically. I have given you this exercise because it is proven. It has been practiced in one form or another by every man I have known who mastered himself. Use it, return to it, live from it, and confidence will remain, not as something you summon, but as something that answers when life calls. That is the purpose of this exercise, and that is its reward. Confidence, once installed, must learn how to live across time. Many men experience moments of confidence only to lose it when circumstances shift. This occurs not because confidence was false, but because it was not yet rooted in principle. What is built on feeling alone fades. What is built on law endures. I have observed that enduring confidence is always connected to self-reliance. The man who relies upon approval, position, or favorable conditions will feel strong only when these remain. The man who relies upon his own judgment remains steady regardless of change. This distinction decides the length of a man's influence. Confidence that lasts is not dependent on applause. Applause is pleasant, but it is unstable. The confident man learns to act without it and to remain unchanged by its absence. When approval comes, he receives it calmly. When it does not, he proceeds anyway. The test of confidence is not success, but continuity. Can a man remain himself when fortune rises? Can he remain himself when fortune falls? Only the man whose confidence rests on inner authority passes both tests. I have known men who grew timid after success because they feared losing it. Their confidence had been borrowed from circumstance. When circumstance threatened to change, confidence collapsed. True confidence cannot be borrowed. It must be owned. Ownership of confidence comes from one source alone, the habit of accurate self-trust. Accurate self-trust is not blind optimism. It is the knowledge that one can think, decide, and adjust regardless of outcome. It is faith in process rather than prediction. The man who trusts his process does not fear the future. He knows that whatever arrives, he will meet it competently. This knowledge quiets anxiety and stabilizes action. Time will test you. New responsibilities will arise. Criticism will appear. Misunderstanding will visit. These are not threats. They are confirmations that you are moving forward. Confidence must not retreat in the presence of criticism. Criticism is often a sign that you are no longer invisible. The man who fears criticism has not yet separated self-worth from opinion. The confident man has made this separation permanent. I advise you to treat criticism as weather. It may be unpleasant, but it is temporary. You do not rebuild your house each time the wind blows. You remain inside and continue your work. The mind learns confidence most deeply when it remains steady under judgment. Each time you refuse to retreat from yourself, confidence thickens. There will be moments when you stand alone in decision. These moments reveal the true strength of confidence. The crowd often moves late. The individual who moves early must trust himself. Every great advance in history began with one man standing calmly while others hesitated. That man was not reckless. He was resolved. Resolution is confidence applied over time. I want you to understand that confidence does not eliminate humility. It refines it. The confident man knows his limits without being governed by them. He respects knowledge without surrendering authority. He learns without shrinking. He corrects without collapsing. He grows without apology. This balance preserves confidence across decades. As years pass, your confidence will evolve. Early confidence may feel like firmness. Mature confidence feels like quiet certainty. Later, confidence feels like calm inevitability. Each stage is natural. Do not attempt to return to earlier forms. Allow confidence to deepen rather than harden. The most powerful confidence I have ever observed was gentle. It did not impress itself upon others. It simply remained unchanged by circumstance. That kind of confidence cannot be shaken. I have seen men endure public failure without losing confidence because they refused to equate outcome with worth. They treated failure as event, not identity. Their confidence survived intact. This is a crucial discipline. Never permit results to define you. Permit conduct to define you. Conduct is within your control. Confidence belongs to conduct. Each day, ask yourself quietly, did I act in harmony with my decisions? If the answer is yes, confidence is strengthened regardless of result. If the answer is no, correction must follow, not punishment. Confidence is sustained by honesty with oneself. There will come a time when others look to you not for answers, but for steadiness. They will seek your presence more than your opinion. This is the mark of enduring confidence. Your task in such moments is not to perform, but to remain yourself. Do not borrow authority from your position. Carry authority from your character. Character outlives circumstance. Confidence rooted in character cannot be removed. As you move forward, protect your inner independence. Do not allow habit, comfort, or familiarity to dull decision. Continue deciding consciously, even in small matters. Decision keeps confidence awake. Complacency is the slow enemy of confidence. It invites drift. Remain alert. Remain loyal to your inner authority. You will find that confidence now guides you before thought appears. This guidance is not impulse, it is trained instinct. Trust it. The confident man learns when to act and when to wait. Waiting, when chosen deliberately, is not hesitation, it is strategy. Confidence distinguishes between the two. As this part settles into you, understand that confidence is no longer something you must defend. It is something you must honor. Honor it by keeping your word. Honor it by deciding firmly. Honor it by standing calmly. Honor it by remaining yourself in all seasons. This is how confidence becomes lifelong, not loud, not dramatic, not fragile, but steady, reliable, and unmoved. You are now prepared not only to feel confident, but to remain confident as life unfolds. This is mastery, and mastery is quiet. There is a final stage of confidence which few men reach, not because it is difficult, but because it requires a shift away from self-centered concern. Confidence that endures beyond all tests is not anchored in personal strength alone. It is anchored in purpose. When a man knows why he acts, doubt loses its final refuge. I have observed that the most unshakable men were not those most concerned with themselves. They were concerned with the work they were here to do. Their confidence did not come from asking, "Am I enough?" It came from knowing, "This task must be done, and I am here to do it." Purpose absorbs fear. When a man acts in service of a clear aim, he no longer measures every step by comfort or safety. He measures it by alignment. This alignment produces a calm courage that cannot be imitated. Others feel it instinctively and respond with trust. The man who serves a definite purpose is no longer preoccupied with how he appears. His attention is outward. This outward attention relieves the mind of self-doubt, which thrives only when thought circles endlessly around the self. Confidence matures when attention moves away from self-protection and toward contribution. I have known men of modest means and quiet manner whose confidence surpassed that of kings, because they were devoted to a cause larger than their own advancement. Their certainty did not waver because it was not about them. It was about the work. This is the confidence of alignment. When a man aligns his thoughts, decisions, and actions with a definite purpose, inner conflict dissolves. Doubt cannot survive where direction is clear. Fear loses its argument when meaning is present. Many men seek confidence by trying to feel stronger. This approach fails. Confidence is not strength of feeling. It is clarity of direction. A man who knows where he is going can endure discomfort, criticism, and delay without losing himself. His confidence is fed by movement toward purpose, not by immediate success. Purpose steadies the mind. I want you to understand that confidence reaches its highest form when the man no longer asks life to validate him. He validates life by participating fully in it. This shift removes the final dependence on circumstance. The man who lives for purpose does not fear judgment. He does not fear delay. He does not fear effort. His confidence is drawn from usefulness. Usefulness is the quiet source of power. When you know that your actions matter beyond your own comfort, hesitation loses its appeal. The question becomes not, will I fail, but what must be done now? This question simplifies life. I have observed that men who attach confidence to personal image become fragile. Men who attach confidence to service become strong. Image can be threatened. Purpose cannot. Purpose renews confidence even in defeat. I have seen men lose everything yet remain confident because their sense of usefulness remained intact. They rebuilt not from desperation, but from certainty. Their confidence was moral, not material. This is the confidence that cannot be taken. You are now prepared to understand this final truth. Confidence is the byproduct of living in harmony with natural law. When thought is disciplined, decision is firm, action is persistent, and purpose is clear, confidence appears automatically. It does not need encouragement. It does not need protection. It simply exists. When confidence reaches this stage, it no longer announces itself inwardly. It becomes silent. Silence is its final refinement. The mind rests easily because it is no longer divided between desire and duty. Desire has aligned with duty. This alignment produces peace. Peace is not weakness. Peace is strength without strain. You will notice that at this stage, confidence feels less personal. It feels almost impersonal, as though it belongs to the work rather than to you. This is correct. You have become a channel rather than a container. The confident man at this level does not ask, "How do I feel today?" He asks, "What is required of me today?" His feelings follow his actions. This reverses the common order and restores power. I want you to allow this understanding to settle without effort. You are not required to force purpose. Purpose reveals itself through honest work, consistent effort, and willingness to serve. As you continue living from confidence, purpose will clarify naturally. Do not hurry this clarification. Confidence is patient. It trusts process. It trusts alignment. You will recognize true purpose not by excitement, but by steadiness. It will feel right rather than thrilling. It will call you forward calmly. When you act from this place, confidence will renew itself endlessly. There will be days of fatigue. Confidence will remain. There will be days of uncertainty. Confidence will guide. There will be days of success. Confidence will steady. There will be days of loss. Confidence will endure. This is the final installation. Confidence no longer depends on repetition alone. It is now sustained by meaning. Meaning feeds confidence without effort. As you rest now, allow this part to settle deeply. You are no longer learning how to be confident. You are learning how to live from confidence. The work is no longer inward, it is outward. And because of this, confidence will never run dry. It will flow as long as you remain aligned with purpose. This is the final assurance, and it is sufficient. There is one enemy of confidence more subtle than fear and more dangerous than failure. I have named this enemy drift. Drift is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. It enters quietly, disguised as comfort, habit, and postponement. A drifting man does not fall suddenly. He fades gradually. Confidence cannot survive drift. I have studied thousands of men who once possessed ability, ambition, and even confidence, yet lost all three without ever knowing when the loss occurred. They did not collapse, they relaxed. They did not retreat openly. They stopped advancing. Drift begins the moment a man ceases to decide deliberately. The confident man lives by choice. The drifter lives by circumstance. One commands life, the other is carried by it. Confidence belongs only to the former. I want you to understand this clearly. Drift is not laziness. It is unconsciousness. A man may be busy and still drifting. He may work hard and still drift. Drift is the absence of direction, not the absence of activity. Confidence requires direction. The drifting man allows habits to replace decision. He rises, moves, speaks, and rests without asking whether his actions serve his purpose. Over time, this surrender weakens self-trust. The mind learns that its commands no longer matter. Confidence fades not from hardship, but from neglect. The most dangerous form of drift is comfort. Comfort dulls alertness. It persuades the mind that vigilance is unnecessary. The man who becomes comfortable stops questioning his direction. Confidence requires questioning followed by decision. I have seen men lose confidence after achieving success because success removed pressure. Without pressure, they cease to choose deliberately. Drift entered unnoticed. Confidence must be guarded even in ease. The non-drifting man renews decision daily. He asks himself quietly, "What am I doing today by choice?" This question keeps confidence awake. The drifting man asks nothing. He moves automatically. Automatic living weakens identity. Identity, once weakened, invites doubt. I have observed that drift always precedes fear. The man who drifts becomes anxious because he no longer trusts his direction. Anxiety is the mind's response to lack of command. Confidence restores command. To guard confidence, you must remain conscious of choice. Even small decisions matter. When a man chooses deliberately in ordinary matters, he preserves authority in extraordinary ones. The confident man does not allow hours to pass without intention. He may rest, but he chooses to rest. He may wait, but he waits deliberately. Waiting chosen is not drift. Waiting surrendered to is. This distinction is crucial. I once studied a leader who retained confidence through decades of change. His method was simple. Each morning he decided his chief action for the day. He did not allow the day to decide for him. This habit preserved his authority. Confidence responds to leadership within. The mind must be led daily. If not led, it drifts. Drift weakens confidence by dissolving standards. The drifting man tolerates what the confident man corrects. Tolerance of weakness invites more weakness. Correction preserves strength. Do not misunderstand me. Correction need not be harsh. It need only be firm. Firmness is kindness to the future self. Confidence depends upon standards. When standards erode, confidence erodes with them. The confident man knows what he will not accept from himself. This knowledge protects identity. I have seen men excuse small breaches of discipline until discipline vanished entirely. They wondered why confidence disappeared. It had not disappeared. It had been dismissed repeatedly. Each time a man excuses retreat, he teaches his mind to doubt him. Guard your word. Your word to yourself is the foundation of confidence. The drifting man makes promises lightly and breaks them quietly. The confident man makes fewer promises and keeps them firmly. This difference alone separates strength from weakness. There is a silent satisfaction that accompanies non-drifting living. It is not excitement. It is self-respect. Self-respect feeds confidence steadily. The drifting man loses self-respect gradually. He may not notice the loss until it is severe. The confident man notices immediately when alignment slips and corrects course. Correction restores confidence quickly. You must understand that drift is encouraged by environment. Habitual association with indecision, complaint, or aimlessness weakens alertness. The confident man guards his environment carefully. He chooses influences deliberately. This is not isolation. It is selection. Confidence requires nourishment. The confident man feeds his mind with direction, purpose, and resolve. The drifting man feeds his mind with distraction. Distraction scatters energy. Scattered energy cannot sustain confidence. I urge you to observe your use of time. Time reveals drift more clearly than thought. A man who wastes time unconsciously wastes confidence unconsciously. Use time deliberately, even in leisure. Leisure chosen strengthens confidence. Leisure drifted into weakens it. The confident man does not need constant pressure. He needs awareness. Awareness keeps confidence alive. Each day, ask yourself one quiet question. Am I living by decision or by default? The answer will guide correction. There will be periods when fatigue tempts drift. This is natural. Fatigue does not excuse surrender. It invites rest chosen deliberately. Rest with intention preserves confidence. Collapse without intention weakens it. The confident man distinguishes between renewal and escape. Escape feeds drift. Renewal restores strength. I have known men who regained lost confidence simply by reintroducing decision into small areas of life. They chose when to rise, when to work, when to rest. Authority returned quickly. Confidence responds rapidly to leadership. Your mind desires leadership. If you do not lead it, circumstances will. This is the final warning and the final protection. Confidence is not lost through failure. It is lost through drift. Remain awake to choice. Remain loyal to decision. Remain conscious of purpose. Do this, and confidence will endure regardless of age, fortune, or circumstance. You have now learned not only how to install confidence, but how to defend it against time itself. This is mastery, and mastery belongs to the man who refuses to drift. There comes a time when a man no longer asks what he will become. He proceeds as though the matter has already been settled. This is not arrogance, it is resolution. Resolution is the quiet conclusion reached by a mind that has examined itself honestly and chosen its direction without retreat. You are standing at that conclusion now. Confidence, in its final form, is not excitement, courage, or boldness. It is absence of inner argument. The mind no longer disputes its own authority. Thought, decision, and action move in agreement. This agreement is peace. Peace is power refined. I have observed men who reached this state late in life and others who reached it early, but all arrived the same way through disciplined thought, firm decision, and loyalty to self-command. There are no shortcuts. There are no exceptions. Confidence is earned inwardly. Once earned, it becomes quiet. It no longer announces itself. It no longer seeks reinforcement. It rests within the man like a settled verdict. From this place, life is met differently. Events no longer feel personal. Challenges are faced without resentment. Praise is received without intoxication. Blame is endured without collapse. The man remains himself regardless of circumstance. This is the reward of inner government. I have seen men lose wealth, position, and reputation, yet remain confident because they had not built their confidence upon those things. They had built it upon conduct. Conduct cannot be taken from a man unless he surrenders it. The man who governs himself remains free even in constraint. Freedom is not the absence of difficulty. It is the presence of self-command. You may notice, as time passes, that confidence no longer feels dramatic. It feels ordinary. This ordinariness is its strength. The most reliable forces in nature are quiet. They do not advertise their power. They express it consistently. Confidence, when mature, is consistent. It does not surge and recede. It does not depend on mood. It does not require encouragement. It remains. The man who possesses this confidence does not measure himself against others. Comparison loses meaning when self-trust is complete. He studies others for understanding, not validation. This ends rivalry. Rivalry is born of insecurity. Confidence dissolves it. I want you to understand that confidence does not remove humility. It clarifies it. The confident man knows both his strength and his limits. He neither exaggerates nor denies either. This accuracy preserves balance. Balance is the mark of mastery. As years advance, this balance deepens. The confident man becomes slower to judge, quicker to decide, and steadier under pressure. His words carry weight because they are few and final. People trust such a man instinctively. Trust is not demanded. It is granted. You may reflect on the path that led here. Do so without sentiment. Every step was necessary, every error instructed, every delay clarified resolve. There is nothing to regret when learning has occurred. Confidence does not erase the past. It redeems it. From this point forward, your life will continue to test alignment. Confidence does not exempt you from trial. It equips you to meet it. Each test passed strengthens identity further. Eventually, confidence becomes indistinguishable from character. Character is confidence lived daily. I have known men who spoke little of confidence, yet radiated it unmistakably. Their presence calmed others. Their steadiness inspired courage. They did not teach confidence. They demonstrated it. This is the highest influence a man can have. Influence without effort, leadership without coercion, authority without force. The world advances through such men. You are now aligned with this. Law. Do not attempt to preserve this confidence through tension. Tension invites doubt. Preservation occurs through use. Act from confidence naturally. It will sustain itself. When uncertainty appears, return to decision. When fear appears, return to purpose. When fatigue appears, return to rest, chosen deliberately. These returns are not regressions. They are renewals. Confidence renews itself through right action. You may find that others seek your counsel more often. Offer it sparingly. Confidence is not talkative. It is selective. Speak when your words serve. Silence when they do not. Silence often carries more authority than speech. The confident man knows this instinctively. As you move forward, remember this final truth. Confidence is not something you must protect from the world. It is something the world cannot harm once it is rooted in character. Nothing external can weaken what is governed internally. You have done the inner work. The installation is complete. The reinforcement is complete. The defense is complete. What remains is living. Live steadily. Live deliberately. Live aligned. Confidence will walk with you without. Announcement. It will answer when called. It will stand when tested. It will remain when all else shifts. This is not hope. It is law, and it is now yours. There is a final silence that follows true. Confidence. It is not the silence of uncertainty, nor the silence of fear. It is the silence of a mind that has finished arguing with itself. When a man reaches this silence, his work is no longer inward. The inward work has already been done. I have observed this silence in men who carried great responsibility and in men whose lives were outwardly simple. The silence did not come from position. It came from certainty. It appeared when the man accepted himself fully, without excuse and without embellishment. Confidence, at this stage, no longer speaks. It does not reassure. It does not defend. It simply remains. This remaining is not passive. It is alert without strain. The mind is awake, but not restless. Thought moves when required and rests when not. This is the natural rhythm of mastery. The man who reaches this stage does not ask himself how he feels. Feeling has ceased to be a guide. He acts from principle. Principle does not fluctuate. Fluctuation is the sign of incomplete confidence. Completion brings steadiness. I have known men who once relied on discipline to remain confident and later discovered that discipline had transformed into character. What once required effort now required only permission. They no longer needed to hold themselves up. They stood on their own foundation. This foundation is self-trust earned over time. Earned confidence is indestructible. It does not need reinforcement. It does not need repetition. It does not need protection. It needs only to be lived. At this level, confidence no longer seeks improvement. Improvement continues, but without anxiety. Growth becomes natural, not urgent. The man grows because growth is aligned with his nature, not because he fears inadequacy. Fear of inadequacy is absent here. The man no longer measures progress by comparison. Comparison belongs to early stages of development. Mature confidence has no interest in ranking. It is complete without reference. This is why the most confident men often appear unconcerned with recognition. They do not resist it, but they do not require it. Their worth has already been settled internally. Such men move through life with a certain inevitability. Events meet them as though already arranged. This is not coincidence. It is alignment. Life cooperates with those who no longer resist themselves. Resistance creates friction. Acceptance creates flow. Confidence is acceptance refined. The man who has reached this stage is no longer reactive. He responds. Reaction belongs to uncertainty. Response belongs to certainty. The difference is subtle, but decisive. Response preserves dignity. Dignity is confidence expressed without effort. I have watched men face great loss without losing themselves. They grieved, but they did not collapse. They adjusted, but they did not abandon their nature. Their confidence was not shaken because it was not built upon possession. Possession can be taken, character cannot. This epilogue exists to place you beyond the need to maintain confidence consciously. Maintenance implies fragility. What you have installed is durable. From now on, confidence will express itself through how you choose, how you wait, how you speak, and how you remain silent. These expressions will feel unremarkable to you. Others will notice them more than you will. This is proper. Confidence is not self-conscious. The man who watches himself too closely interferes with natural authority. True confidence forgets itself. You will find that the mind now rests easily in uncertainty, not because uncertainty has vanished, but because it no longer threatens identity. Identity is settled. Events are temporary. This distinction frees energy. Freed energy turns into clarity. Clarity turns into correct action. Correct action reinforces confidence without effort. The cycle is now complete and self-sustaining. If at any point you notice doubt return briefly, do not be alarmed. Doubt may pass through the mind without taking residence. Passing is not possession. Confidence does not fear visitors. It refuses tenancy. You are no longer required to chase certainty. You are certain in the only way that matters about your capacity to meet life as it comes. This capacity is the essence of confidence. I want you to understand how rare this condition is, and yet how natural it feels once reached. Rarity does not indicate difficulty. It indicates neglect. Few men attend to inner order long enough for it to stabilize. You have attended. Order has been restored. The mind now knows where authority resides. It resides within. As you continue to rest, sleep, or drift in and out of awareness, this truth will remain undisturbed. It does not depend on attention. It does not fade when thought quiets. Confidence is now beneath thought. It will guide instinct. It will steady impulse. It will govern choice. You will no longer need to remind yourself who you are. Life will remind you through response. Doors will open more easily. Resistance will lessen. Silence will feel comfortable. Time will feel sufficient. These are the quiet signs of completion. Nothing further is required. You may now live without rehearsal, without defense, without apology. Confidence has finished becoming. It is now simply present, and presence is enough. There is a stage in the life of a man when confidence no longer concerns itself with growth, defense, or proof. It concerns itself only with continuance. At this stage, confidence has ceased to be an achievement and has become a companion, quiet, reliable, and unmoving. This confidence does not announce itself at the beginning of a day, nor does it congratulate itself at the end. It walks beside the man without comment. He notices it only when difficulty appears and finds that he is still standing. I have known men who carried this confidence into old age, long after strength of body had faded. Their voices were softer, their steps slower, yet their presence remained firm. Others deferred to them instinctively, sensing an authority that did not depend on vigor. This is confidence that has outlived effort. The mind, once trained to trust itself, does not revert to confusion. Order, once established, resists disorder. The habits you have formed now will remain long after memory of instruction fades. This is why the deepest work is always done beneath thought. You may forget words, you may forget phrases. You may forget this entire listening, but you will not forget what you have become. Confidence that is installed at the level of identity does not require recall. It expresses itself through instinct, timing, and restraint. It tells a man when to speak and when to remain silent. It guides him toward action and away from needless struggle. The man who has reached this point does not hurry life forward, nor does he resist its pace. He moves with it. Confidence has taught him patience without passivity. Patience, when born of confidence, is not waiting. It is readiness held calmly. I have observed that such men rarely appear rushed. Even when time presses, they act without panic. Panic belongs to those who doubt their capacity to respond. The confident man knows he will respond adequately, whatever the hour brings. This knowing is not hope, it is memory. The mind remembers that it has endured before. Endurance builds confidence more deeply than success ever could. You may notice, as years pass, that your confidence becomes less visible outwardly, but more influential inwardly. This is the natural progression. Early confidence seeks expression. Mature confidence governs quietly. Quiet governance is the highest form of power. The man who has nothing to prove does not interfere with life. He allows events to reveal their nature before acting. This restraint is often mistaken for hesitation by those who do not understand strength. In truth, restraint is confidence refined. Confidence teaches a man that not every impulse deserves obedience, and not every challenge requires resistance. Discernment grows where self-trust is complete. This discernment will serve you in moments when others rush into error. You will feel no urgency to follow. Your confidence will permit you to wait until clarity appears. Clarity always appears for the man who is not afraid of silence. Silence is not emptiness. It is space in which right action forms. As confidence matures, the man begins to value simplicity. Excess effort, excessive explanation, and excessive ambition fall away. What remains is effectiveness. Effectiveness is confidence made useful. You will find that you accomplish more with fewer movements. Words will carry greater meaning. Decisions will require less correction. Life will feel less crowded, even if responsibilities increase. This is the gift of inner order. I want you to understand that this confidence will not protect you from sorrow. It will protect you from collapse. Loss may come, disappointment may visit, but despair will not take root where self-trust stands firm. The confident man grieves honestly, then continues. Continuation is the true measure of strength. I have known men who survived tragedy not because they were fearless, but because they trusted themselves to endure pain without losing direction. Pain did not define them, it passed through. Confidence does not numb feeling, it stabilizes it. You are now prepared to live with full feeling and full steadiness at the same time. This balance is rare, but it is natural once confidence is complete. From this point forward, your life will not be divided into times of confidence and times of doubt. Confidence will remain present even when doubt appears briefly. Doubt will no longer have the authority to command action. This is the final transfer of power. Power has moved inward permanently. No circumstance can reverse this without your consent, and you will not give that. Consent. As you rest now, allow this truth to settle beyond words. Confidence no longer requires reinforcement. It has become part of your structure. Just as you do not think about balance when you walk, you will not think about confidence when you act. It will support you automatically. You are free now to turn your attention outward, to work, to service, to creation, to relationship without guarding your inner state. Your inner state is secure. This is not the end of growth. It is the end of insecurity. Growth will continue, but without fear. Ambition may remain, but without desperation. Effort will occur, but without self-doubt. This is the final condition of confidence. You have arrived not at a peak, but at a foundation. From this foundation, life may build as it will. You will remain steady, and steadiness sustained over time shapes destiny. Nothing more needs to be added. Nothing needs to be removed. Confidence has completed its work within you. It will now do its work through you, and that is enough. I now give you an exercise of a different order. This exercise does not ask you to sit quietly and speak inwardly, though it may begin there. It asks you to prove confidence through conduct, for confidence that is not expressed eventually weakens. Thought prepares the ground. Action confirms ownership. Begin this exercise each morning before the affairs of the day crowd your attention. The moment need not be long. 5 quiet minutes are sufficient if they are deliberate. Sit or stand where you can collect yourself without interruption. The posture matters less than the intention. Begin by recalling one decision you have already made about the kind of man you are determined to be. Do not choose a new decision. Choose one that already exists. Confidence strengthens when decisions are honored repeatedly, not when new ones are invented endlessly. Hold this decision in mind without embellishment. Now say inwardly, calmly, and without force. This decision stands today. Pause. Let the mind accept the finality of that statement. Now ask yourself one question only. What single action today will honor this decision? Do not search for grand acts. Confidence grows faster through small acts completed than large acts postponed. The action should be clear, measurable, and within your immediate power. When the action appears, accept it without negotiation. Say inwardly, I will do this today without excuse. This statement is not motivation, it is command. From this moment forward, the exercise moves from thought into conduct. You are not to revisit the decision throughout the day. Revisiting invites doubt. The confident man decides once and acts. When the time arrives to perform the chosen action, observe your state of mind carefully. You may feel resistance. You may feel reluctance. These feelings are not obstacles. They are the training ground. Proceed anyway. Action taken in the presence of resistance strengthens confidence more than action taken in ease. The mind records not comfort, but obedience. After completing the action, pause briefly. Do not celebrate, do not judge. Simply acknowledge inwardly, I did not retreat. This acknowledgement is essential. The mind must register the evidence of reliability. Now continue the day normally. In the evening, before rest, return to quiet reflection. Recall the action completed. Do not review how it was received by others. Review only whether you kept your word to yourself. If you did say inwardly, I can rely on myself, say it once. Do not repeat it excessively. One calm statement is enough. If you fail to act, do not scold yourself. Scolding weakens authority. Instead, say, I correct this tomorrow. Confidence is strengthened by correction, not punishment. This exercise must be practiced daily for a period of no less than 30 days. During this time, do not increase the difficulty of the actions chosen. Difficulty is not the point. Consistency is. The subconscious learns confidence through predictability of self. I have observed that men who practice this exercise experience a quiet but unmistakable change. Decisions feel heavier, not burdensome, but real. Words spoken to oneself carry more authority. Hesitation shortens. Excuses lose appeal. This is the sign that confidence is shifting from thought into character. There will be days when you are tempted to abandon the exercise because it feels too simple. Do not be deceived. Simplicity is power. Complexity often hides avoidance. The confident man does not need elaborate systems. He needs alignment between decision and action. As days pass, you may notice that others respond differently to you. Do not seek this response. It is a byproduct. Confidence proven inwardly expresses itself outwardly without announcement. After the first 30 days, modify the exercise slightly. Continue choosing one daily action. But now, allow the action to involve interaction with others. A conversation delayed, a boundary stated, a responsibility accepted. Again, keep the action modest but clear. Confidence matures when tested socially. When you speak the words you have delayed speaking, speak them calmly. Do not explain excessively. Excess explanation signals doubt. State what must be stated and remain silent. Afterward, acknowledge inwardly, I stood. This acknowledgement teaches the mind courage without drama. There will be moments when the action chosen produces discomfort or misunderstanding. This is expected. Confidence does not require approval. It requires alignment. Do not retreat to repair comfort immediately. Allow the moment to stand. The mind learns strength through endurance. I caution you against seeking reassurance from others after acting confidently. Reassurance weakens self-trust. Let the mind rest in its own verdict. During this period, guard your speech carefully. Do not speak lightly of your intentions. Do not promise what you have not decided to deliver. Each broken word weakens confidence. Speak less, decide more. Silence is a companion of confidence. If at any time you feel confidence waver, return immediately to the exercise at its simplest level. Choose one small action, complete it. Confidence will return quickly. This proves an important law. Confidence responds to obedience, not encouragement. I have known men who rebuilt shattered confidence in weeks using this discipline, not because it is severe, but because it is honest. The mind respects honesty above all else. As this exercise continues, you will find that the need to think about confidence diminishes. You will know it by how naturally you act when decision is required. The exercise will eventually become unnecessary. When action follows decision automatically, confidence has become habit. At that point, do not abandon the discipline entirely. Maintain it lightly. Choose deliberate action daily, even when life feels settled. This prevents drift. This exercise is not a burden, it is a privilege. It is the means by which a man becomes dependable to himself. Dependability is confidence made permanent. I give you this exercise not to inspire you, but to bind confidence to conduct where it belongs. Practice it quietly. Practice it faithfully. And confidence will no longer rise and fall. It will remain. That is the purpose of this exercise, and that is its power. There is a moment, rarely spoken of, when a man realizes that nothing further is required of him inwardly. He does not feel complete in the sense of finality, but complete in the sense of sufficiency. He is enough for the work before him, enough for the day at hand, enough for whatever the hour may bring. This realization arrives quietly, without emotion, and once it arrives, it does not depart. This is the confidence that remains when striving ends. I have seen men chase confidence as though it were a prize to be won, only to discover that it appears only when pursuit ceases. Confidence does not come to the man who strains for it. It comes to the man who has finished arguing with himself. When inner debate ends, confidence takes its place naturally. The mind, once divided, demanded reassurance. Now united, it requires none. This unity is the true achievement. The man who has reached this place no longer measures himself by progress or position. Measurement belongs to uncertainty. He measures himself only by fidelity to his own standard. That standard does not change with circumstance. It remains fixed, calm, and sufficient. From this standard, confidence flows without effort. I have observed that men in this condition do not speak often of belief, courage, or resolve. They do not need to. Their manner speaks for them. Their steadiness communicates more than language ever could. Others sense that this man cannot be hurried, pressured, or easily disturbed. This sense produces trust. Trust is the final proof of confidence. The man who trusts himself completely invites trust from the world. He does not demand it. He does not perform for it. It arrives because it feels safe to arrive. Safety is the silent signal of confidence. Safety does not mean weakness. It means reliability. The reliable man does not surprise himself. He knows how he will act under pressure because he has acted that way before. His mind does not fear the unknown because it trusts its response. Response is the final test of confidence. At this stage, confidence no longer depends on habit alone. Habit has already done its work. Confidence has become character. Character acts even when habit is interrupted. It guides instinct. It steadies impulse. This is why confidence remains, even in moments of fatigue or sorrow. Sorrow may pass through the confident man, but it does not displace him. He feels fully and continues fully. Feeling no longer threatens identity. This freedom to feel without collapse is one of the quiet rewards of confidence. I have known men who reached this condition after long struggle and men who reached it after deliberate discipline. Both arrived the same way. by refusing to abandon themselves. They made mistakes, endured hardship, and faced uncertainty, but they did not retreat inwardly. Inner retreat is the only true failure. You have learned to remain. Remaining is confidence refined. When a man remains present with his own decisions, his own conduct, and his own conscience, life loses its power to overwhelm him. Events still occur. Change still arrives. But the man stands. Standing does not require tension. It requires acceptance. Acceptance of responsibility. Acceptance of consequence. Acceptance of self. This acceptance is not resignation. It is ownership. The man who owns himself cannot be taken from himself. This is why confidence at this stage no longer feels like strength. It feels like belonging to oneself. The man is no longer a stranger to his own mind. He knows how he thinks, how he decides, and how he responds. Familiarity replaces fear. Fear is born of uncertainty about oneself. That uncertainty is gone. As this epilogue settles, understand that nothing more must be installed. The foundation is complete. What remains is use. Use will refine confidence further without effort. You will live from this place without noticing it. You will choose without debate. You will speak without apology. You will wait without anxiety. You will act without self-betrayal. These are the quiet signs that confidence has taken permanent residence. If at any time you forget this listening, forget these words, or forget the path that led here, it will not matter. Confidence does not depend on memory. It depends on alignment. Alignment has been achieved. You are aligned with your own authority. Authority no longer seeks permission. It simply operates. As life continues, you may be called to greater responsibility or greater simplicity. Confidence will serve you equally in both. It does not prefer one over the other. It prefers integrity. Integrity is the final companion of confidence. Integrity does not argue. It does not hurry. It does not retreat. It remains. I leave you with this final understanding. Confidence is not something added to a man. It is something revealed when all that does not belong is removed. What remains now is essential, and the essential is enough. Nothing further is required. Nothing further is coming. Confidence has found its place, and it will stay. There is a final proving ground for confidence which few men recognize, yet all must pass. It is not the battlefield, nor the marketplace, nor the moment of great decision. It is the ordinary day. Confidence that survives the ordinary survives everything. I have observed that many men feel confident in moments of excitement and uncertain in moments of routine. This reveals that their confidence is still dependent upon stimulation. True confidence requires no stimulation. It remains present even when nothing urges it forward. The ordinary day exposes drift more clearly than crisis ever could. In crisis, a man is compelled to act. In routine, he must choose to act. Confidence that endures routine has reached maturity. The confident man does not require pressure to remain alert. He remains alert by habit. He rises when he decides to rise. He works when he decides to work. He rests when he decides to rest. Decision governs even the small hours. Small hours shape character. I have seen men undermine their confidence not through failure, but through careless living. They allowed days to pass without intention. They postponed simple duties. They tolerated disorder. Over time, their self-trust weakened, and they did not know why. Confidence cannot live in disorder. Order is not severity. It is agreement between intention and action. The confident man brings order quietly into his daily affairs. He completes what he begins. He finishes small tasks promptly. He does not leave matters unresolved when resolution is available. These habits preserve self-respect. Self-respect feeds confidence steadily. A man who respects himself does not rush the day, nor does he waste it. He understands that time is not something to be killed, but something to be used deliberately. Deliberate use of time signals authority to the mind. The mind responds by supplying confidence. I want you to notice how confidence now expresses itself in ordinary moments. You speak plainly when a word is needed. You remain silent when silence serves. You do not fill space unnecessarily. This restraint is not timidity, it is certainty. The man who is unsure fills silence. The man who is confident allows it. Ordinary conversation reveals confidence more reliably than speeches. The confident man does not seek agreement at every turn. He states what he knows and listens without anxiety. He is not disturbed when others differ. Difference does not threaten confidence. In daily work, confidence appears as consistency. The confident man does not work only when inspired. He works because he has decided to. Inspiration follows discipline, not the reverse. This is one of the great reversals of understanding. Men who wait to feel ready remain dependent. Men who act regularly become confident regardless of feeling. Feeling is unreliable. Conduct is dependable. Confidence aligns with conduct. I have observed men who built great enterprises simply by showing up daily with steadiness. They did not labor with constant intensity. They labored with consistency. Their confidence grew quietly as results accumulated. Accumulation is the law of the ordinary. Confidence grows by accumulation. In relationships, confidence reveals itself as honesty without harshness. The confident man does not conceal himself to preserve comfort. He states his position calmly and allows others to respond as they will. He does not pursue approval. Approval sought weakens confidence. Approval received naturally strengthens it. The confident man is not careless with his word. He does not promise easily. He understands that every promise is a claim upon his future conduct. Broken promises weaken self-trust more than failure ever could. Keep few promises. Keep them firmly. This habit alone will preserve confidence across years. In moments of solitude, confidence appears as ease. The confident man is not uncomfortable alone. He does not require distraction to avoid himself. He is at home in his own company. Discomfort with solitude is a sign of unresolved inner conflict. That conflict has been resolved here. The ordinary evening reveals confidence as well. The confident man rests without guilt. He does not feel compelled to justify rest, nor does he escape into idleness unconsciously. Rest is chosen deliberately and enjoyed fully. Chosen rest renews confidence. Drifted rest erodes it. I urge you to remain attentive to this distinction. Confidence at this stage no longer demands vigilance. It requires respect. Respect for time. Respect for decision. Respect for self. When respect remains, confidence remains. You may encounter days that feel unremarkable. These days are not wasted. They are training grounds. Each ordinary day lived deliberately strengthens confidence further without effort. There will be no applause for this work. That is its advantage. The work done without witness is the work that shapes character most deeply. Character formed quietly endures. I have known men who lost confidence late in life not because they faced hardship, but because they abandoned discipline. They assumed that past effort would carry them forward automatically. It did not. Confidence respects continuity. Continue choosing deliberately. Continue finishing what you begin. Continue standing by your word. These acts require no heroism. They require loyalty. Loyalty to self is confidence's final support. As this part settles into you, understand that nothing dramatic is required of you to preserve confidence. No great test must be sought. Life will test you sufficiently on its own. Meet the ordinary well. Meet it with attention. Meet it with quiet firmness. If you do this, confidence will remain with you as naturally as breath. It will guide you through change without strain. It will steady you in routine without dullness. It will accompany you through years without demand. This is the bountiful confidence that endures not because it is defended, but because it is lived, and living it is enough. You have now reached the point where confidence is not a subject of thought, but a manner of being. Nothing further needs to be added, only lived. And that, finally, is mastery. There is a season in every man's life when certainty of outcome disappears, even though certainty of self remains. This season tests confidence more honestly than any moment of triumph. Confidence that requires assurance of result is not yet complete. Confidence that remains steady without promise has reached maturity. I have observed that most men fear the unknown not because it is dangerous, but because it removes familiar reference. They do not fear what may happen. They fear not knowing how they will respond. True confidence resolves this fear completely. The confident man does not require foresight. He requires faith in his own adaptability. He trusts his judgment to meet events as they arise. This trust allows him to move forward even when the path is not yet visible. The unknown does not threaten such a man. It invites him. I have known men who stood at turning points with no clear plan, no assurance of success, and no approval from others, yet moved forward calmly because they trusted themselves to adjust. Their confidence did not lie in prediction. It lay in response. Response is the final measure of confidence. When a man trusts his response, he no longer fears change. Change becomes movement rather than danger. Confidence transforms uncertainty into possibility. Possibility does not promise ease. It promises growth. The man who trusts himself welcomes growth without demanding comfort. He knows that discomfort does not destroy him. It instructs him. Fear of the unknown weakens only the man who doubts his own resourcefulness. Resourcefulness is confidence in action. I have observed that men who lose confidence during change often do so because they cling to former identity. They attempt to preserve what is past rather than inhabit what is emerging. Confidence requires release as much as it requires resolve. Release is not surrender. Release is adaptation. The confident man adapts without losing himself. He changes form while preserving principle. This distinction is crucial. Principles guide confidence through all seasons. Principle is the compass when the map is absent. You must understand that the future does not ask you to know it. It asks you to meet it. Confidence prepares you for meeting, not predicting. Prediction belongs to fear. Meeting belongs to confidence. I have seen men waste years waiting for clarity that never came, while others acted with incomplete information and shaped clarity through movement. Confidence does not wait for the road to appear. It walks and allows the road to form beneath its steps. This is not recklessness. It is faith in one's capacity to respond wisely. Confidence does not deny risk. It accepts responsibility for choice. Responsibility embraced strengthens confidence. Responsibility avoided weakens it. The unknown often reveals hidden strength. The man who avoids uncertainty never discovers how capable he truly is. Confidence grows most rapidly when the mind is forced to rely on itself. Forced reliance is not cruelty, it is initiation. I have observed that the most confident men carry a quiet expectation that life will challenge them. They are not surprised by difficulty. They are prepared for it. This preparation does not come from strategy alone. It comes from self-trust. Self-trust outlasts planning. When plans fail, confidence remains. When direction blurs, confidence steadies. When outcome is uncertain, confidence proceeds. This is the confidence that carries a man through transitions of vocation, station, and age. You may now encounter moments when the future feels open rather than defined. Do not rush to close it prematurely. Confidence allows openness without anxiety. It waits attentively. Waiting attentively is not hesitation, it is readiness. The confident man knows when to move and when to remain still. Both are acts of decision. Neither is drift. Drift fears the unknown and avoids decision. Confidence accepts the unknown and decides when required. As you move forward, you will notice that uncertainty no longer paralyzes thought. It sharpens awareness. You observe more closely. You listen more carefully. You respond more deliberately. This sharpening is the gift of uncertainty met with confidence. I have known men who found their true calling only after familiar structures fell away. Their confidence allowed them to explore without panic. They trusted themselves enough to remain present through ambiguity. Ambiguity is fertile ground for the confident mind. From this point forward, you need not fear standing without answers. Answers arrive for the man who continues to act with integrity while waiting. Integrity is confidence's anchor in uncertainty. Do not measure confidence by how secure you feel. Measure it by how calmly you proceed when security is absent. Calm proceeding is mastery. The confident man does not demand certainty from life. He offers steadiness in return. Life responds to steadiness with opportunity. Opportunity often appears disguised as uncertainty. Those who retreat never recognize it. You will recognize it because you trust yourself. As this part settles, allow yourself to release the need for guarantees. Guarantees belong to fear. Confidence belongs to trust. Trust in your judgment, trust in your adaptability, trust in your endurance. These trusts are sufficient. The future does not require perfection from you. It requires presence. Presence guided by confidence is enough to meet whatever comes. You are no longer preparing for life, you are meeting it. And confidence will walk with you into whatever lies ahead, unchanged by the absence of certainty. That is the final proof that confidence is complete. There comes a stage in the life of a man when confidence must prove itself without witness. No praise accompanies his actions. No opposition challenges them. No audience observes his conduct. He stands alone with his own conscience. This moment reveals whether confidence is genuine or merely performed. Most men fear solitude because solitude removes mirrors. In solitude, there is no reflection from others to confirm identity. The man who depends on reflection feels diminished when alone. The confident man feels complete. Confidence that survives solitude is real. I have observed that men often mistake companionship for strength. They feel assured when surrounded and uncertain when alone. This reveals reliance, not confidence. Confidence does not require company. It welcomes it, but does not depend upon it. The confident man is at ease with his own thoughts. He does not hurry to escape them. He does not distract himself to avoid inner conversation. He listens inwardly without fear of what he may hear. This listening is honesty. Honesty with oneself is the final foundation of confidence. When a man can sit quietly and remain content in his own presence, he has reached a rare condition. He no longer seeks validation. He no longer fears exposure. What he is inwardly agrees with what he is outwardly. Agreement produces peace. Peace produces strength. I have known men who appeared powerful in crowds and weak in solitude. Their confidence was borrowed. I have known others whose power was quiet and unseen, yet immovable. Their confidence was owned. Ownership is the difference. The confident man does not perform goodness when observed and abandon it when alone. His conduct does not change with audience. This consistency deepens self-respect, and self-respect sustains confidence. The man who lives one life publicly and another privately divides his strength. Division invites doubt. Unity restores confidence. I urge you to notice how you behave when no one observes. Do you honor your word? Do you complete what you begin? Do you maintain standards? These acts, performed unseen, are the true exercises of confidence. Confidence grows fastest in secrecy. Secrecy, not concealment, but absence of display. The man who acts rightly without witness becomes trustworthy to himself. Trustworthiness is confidence matured. I have observed that solitude often brings clarity. Without noise, the mind settles. Without opinion, judgment sharpens. The confident man uses solitude not to withdraw from life, but to align with it. Solitude becomes a workshop. In this workshop, the man reviews his conduct calmly. He corrects without condemnation. He acknowledges strength without pride. This balance preserves confidence. Condemnation weakens authority. Correction strengthens it. The confident man corrects himself without cruelty. He understands that harshness breeds rebellion within the mind. Calm firmness restores order. Order is confidence's natural environment. When order exists inwardly, solitude no longer feels empty. It feels sufficient. The man senses that nothing essential is missing. This sufficiency is the final assurance. I have known men who could endure isolation without despair because they trusted their inner resources. Their confidence did not shrink when voices were absent. It grew stronger. This strength is quiet and enduring. The confident man does not fear being misunderstood. He knows who he is. Misunderstanding does not threaten identity when identity is settled. Identity settled removes anxiety. Anxiety is the fear of being unmasked. There is nothing left to unmask here. As this part settles into you, understand that confidence has now been tested in all conditions, action and rest, success and failure, company and solitude. It has remained intact. This is completion. You may still enjoy companionship, praise, and shared effort. Confidence does not forbid these. It simply removes dependence upon them. You stand complete whether alone or among many. This completeness frees you. Free men act from principle. Principle sustains confidence without effort. I want you to allow yourself to rest in this understanding. There is nothing further to prove, nothing further to establish. Confidence has found its final home. It resides not in how you appear, but in how you remain. Remain steady, remain honest, remain whole. In solitude or in company, you are the same man, and that sameness is confidence perfected. This is the final circle completed. Nothing further is required. There is a stage of confidence that moves beyond personal assurance and enters the realm of influence. This influence is not sought. It is not announced. It arises naturally when a man has settled himself so completely that others begin to steady themselves in his presence. Confidence, at this stage, becomes contagious without effort. I have observed that men learn more from what is demonstrated than from what is spoken. Words persuade briefly. Example persuades permanently. The confident man no longer instructs others how to stand. He stands, and others learn. This is the highest service confidence can render. A man who has mastered himself becomes a reference point. Others watch how he responds to difficulty, how he carries success, how he endures uncertainty. Without knowing why, they begin to model his steadiness. Confidence thus passes quietly from one mind to another. This passing requires no intention. It requires only consistency. I have known fathers whose children learned courage not from lectures, but from watching how their father faced ordinary strain without complaint. I have known leaders whose followers adopted discipline simply by observing how the leader honored his word. Confidence teaches best when it teaches silently. The confident man does not attempt to reform others. Reform is force. Confidence invites imitation. People imitate what feels safe and reliable. Steadiness feels safe. Self-command feels reliable. This is why confidence carries influence long after words are forgotten. I want you to understand that legacy is not something built at the end of life. It is formed daily through conduct. Every decision honored, every standard maintained, every calm response to strain adds to a record others sense intuitively. This record does not require recognition. It operates quietly. Confidence that influences others must remain unself-conscious. The moment a man becomes aware of his influence and attempts to use it deliberately, it weakens. Influence that endures is a byproduct, not an aim. Aim remains inward. Influence flows outward. I have observed that confident men rarely describe themselves as confident. They describe their work, their duty, or their purpose. Confidence has ceased to be an object of thought. It has become the ground upon which thought stands. Others feel this ground. When such a man enters a room, tension eases, conversation slows, people listen more carefully. Not because the man demands attention, but because his presence reduces uncertainty. Reduction of uncertainty is leadership. Leadership born of confidence does not command. It reassures. Reassurance is more powerful than force. I have seen men abandon reckless behavior simply by working beside a man of quiet confidence. The contrast alone instructed them. No correction was necessary. Example corrected more effectively than criticism ever could. This is influence without resistance. Confidence at this stage also carries responsibility. Not the responsibility of perfection, but the responsibility of consistency. Others may lean upon what they observe. The confident man must therefore remain loyal to his standards even when unobserved. This loyalty preserves integrity. Integrity preserves influence. I have observed that men who lose influence often do so privately before they lose it publicly. They compromised unseen, their confidence fractured inwardly. Others sensed the change long before it was visible. Confidence communicates through subtle signs. Inconsistency weakens those signs. You must therefore continue to live as you have learned to live, not for the sake of others, but for the sake of alignment. Influence will follow alignment naturally. There is no need to shape legacy consciously. Conscious shaping invites performance. Performance invites strain. Strain erodes confidence. Live correctly. Influence will arrange itself. I have known men whose names were rarely spoken, yet whose influence shaped entire families, enterprises, and communities. Their confidence was steady, not dramatic. Their example endured because it was real. Real confidence outlives reputation. Reputation may fade, example remains. As this part settles into you, understand that your confidence will now begin to operate beyond your own awareness. Others will draw from it quietly. You need not monitor this. You need not manage it. Remain yourself. That is enough. If you are ever tempted to use confidence to control others, withdraw. Control is fear disguised as authority. Confidence does not control. It allows. Allowance invites growth. Those who grow beside you will do so because they feel safe to stand. This safety is your greatest contribution. I want you to release any desire to be remembered. Desire binds. Confidence frees. If your conduct is sound, remembrance will occur where it belongs. Confidence does not seek permanence. It creates it. As time passes, you may notice that others turn to you not for answers, but for presence. They will say little. They will simply remain near. This is trust expressed without language. Trust is confidence mirrored. When confidence reaches this stage, the circle is complete. It began as inner discipline. It matured as self-command. It now expresses itself as quiet influence. Nothing has been added. Nothing has been taken away. Confidence has simply widened. It began within you. It now moves through you. And because it moves without effort, it will continue moving long after thought releases it. This is the final expansion. Confidence has become legacy without intention, and that too is enough. There comes a point when a man must learn to carry confidence not merely through events, but through years. Youth, maturity, and age each demand a different expression of strength. Confidence that clings to one expression alone will eventually feel threatened. Confidence that understands change remains calm. I have observed that many men fear time because they mistake confidence for vigor. When vigor changes, they believe confidence must change with it. This belief is false. Confidence is not bound to speed, force, or outward energy. It is bound to self-command, which deepens with time. The confident man does not compete with his earlier self. He does not measure present worth by past form. He understands that each season asks for a different discipline, not a diminished one. This understanding removes fear of passing years. Time does not steal confidence from the man who lives deliberately. It refines it. What was once expressed through action becomes expressed through judgment. What was once expressed through motion becomes expressed through restraint. Restraint, when chosen, is confidence matured. I have known men who felt strongest later in life, not because their bodies were stronger, but because their minds were settled. They no longer wasted force, proving themselves. They applied force only where it mattered. Application replaces exertion. Confidence grows quieter as it grows stronger. The man who understands time does not hurry life forward, nor resist its pace. He accepts that some seasons are for building, others for guiding, others for preserving. Confidence remains present in all three. Fear of aging is fear of losing identity. The confident man knows identity does not depend on role. Roles change. Self-command remains. I have observed that men who lose confidence with time often do so because they resist transition. They cling to familiar forms of importance. Confidence requires release as much as it requires resolve. Release is not loss. Release is alignment with the next season. The confident man steps into new seasons without resentment. He does not mourn what has passed excessively. He does not fear what has not yet arrived. He remains attentive to what is required now. This attention preserves dignity. Dignity is confidence expressed through acceptance. As responsibilities change, confidence adjusts its posture. It does not insist on being central. It does not demand recognition. It remains effective without being visible. Visibility is not strength. Reliability is. The man who has mastered confidence over time becomes a stabilizing force. Others feel reassured by his presence because he is not hurried by change. He has learned that time reveals more than it removes. This patience does not weaken action. It sharpens it. When the confident man acts later in life, his actions are decisive because they are informed by experience rather than impulse. His confidence rests not on possibility, but on understanding. Understanding steadies judgment. Judgment guides confidence where enthusiasm once did. I want you to understand that confidence does not peak and decline. It broadens. It moves from intensity to depth. Depth endures longer than intensity ever could. A man who accepts this shift moves through life without fear of becoming irrelevant. Relevance is not the goal of confidence. Integrity is. Integrity does not age. You may notice that as time passes, confidence frees you from urgency. You no longer rush to accomplish everything. You choose carefully. You invest attention where it matters. This selectiveness is not loss of ambition. It is clarity. Clarity is confidence refined by time. The confident man also learns to accept endings without collapse. Projects end. Roles conclude. Chapters close. He does not interpret endings as failure. He interprets them as completion. Completion allows renewal. Confidence that accepts endings welcomes beginnings without desperation. I have known men who entered new paths late in life with more assurance than they ever had earlier, because they no longer doubted their ability to adapt. Adaptability is confidence's quiet promise. The future does not intimidate the man who trusts his capacity to learn. Learning does not end with youth. It deepens with humility. Humility, when chosen, strengthens confidence rather than weakens it. The confident man is not threatened by learning from others, younger or older. He knows that knowledge does not diminish authority. Refusal to learn does. Authority preserved through learning endures. As this part settles into you, allow yourself to release fear of time. Time will change circumstances, but it need not change your steadiness. Confidence belongs to how you meet time, not to what time brings. Meet each season deliberately. Meet each change calmly. Meet each ending with gratitude. Meet each beginning with readiness. Confidence will remain with you not because you resist change, but because you remain yourself through it. You are not required to remain the same man in form. You are required to remain the same man in principle. Principle outlives time, and confidence, rooted in principle, will walk with you through every season yet to come. That is the final endurance of confidence, and it is complete. There is a version of you the world has never met, stronger, clearer, bolder, decisive, and tonight, while you sleep, I intend to bring that version forward. Identity is not fixed. It is not fate. It is a construct built by repeated thought. And tonight, we rebuild it into something unstoppable. You've carried an identity shaped by past mistakes, old fears, and the quiet criticism of others. Without realizing it, you've accepted labels that shrank your potential. I'm inconsistent. I'm not disciplined. I never follow through. These beliefs have ruled your decisions as if they were law. But they are not law. They are choices. Choices you no longer have to obey. Pause and think about this. Everything you've ever achieved, every success, every step forward, came from moments when you saw yourself differently, even if only for a second. Moments when you believed you could, so you did. But those moments were rare because your identity has been built on doubt instead of conviction. Tonight we change the foundation. Identity is formed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is most open, most malleable while you sleep. This is why the same man can live two entirely different lives depending on what he repeats to himself before drifting off. Tonight, you will give your deeper mind a new blueprint, the identity of a man who does not hesitate, does not shrink, does not break. Imagine waking tomorrow with a feeling you haven't known in years. You open your eyes and there is no heaviness, no dread, no negotiation with yourself. Instead, you feel purpose rise in you like heat. You move toward the day with an inner certainty you didn't have the night before. That shift is not magic, it is identity realignment. Consider how often your identity has sabotaged you. Think of the times you intended to change, wake up earlier, pursue a goal, commit to discipline, yet your old identity pulled you backward like a chain. You weren't failing in action, you were failing in identity. A man cannot act consistently in a way that contradicts who he believes himself to be. Tonight we remove that contradiction. But listen closely. Identity is not changed by wishing. It is changed by installation, by suggestion, by repetition, by emotion, by the quiet hours when the conscious mind sleeps and the subconscious absorbs without resistance. That is why these next hours matter more than anything you will do tomorrow. You may think identity is shaped by circumstance, but that is the illusion most men die believing. Circumstance reflects identity, not the other way around. A man who sees himself as a leader is treated as one. A man who believes he is capable attracts capability. A man who believes he is strong becomes strong. The universe responds not to desire but to identity. Let me show you a simple example. Picture a man who decides he will get in shape. He buys equipment, plans routines, sets goals, but deep down, he still sees himself as someone who quits. Within weeks, the identity defeats the plan. But if that same man accepts a new identity, I am disciplined. I finish what I start. The plan becomes unnecessary. The identity produces the action effortlessly. Identity dictates behavior. And tonight we build the identity that matches the life you want. Think back to moments when you felt unstoppable, moments when something inside you knew you were meant for more than the life you were living. Those moments were glimpses of your true identity trying to break through. But glimpses are not enough. They must become your dominant state. You must sleep as that man, rise as that man, act as that man. Tonight you begin the greatest shift of your life, identity reconstruction. But first, you must release the identity built by fear. Fear has convinced you that you are smaller than your potential. Fear has whispered lies until they felt familiar. Fear has shaped your habits, your posture, your decisions. But fear can only shape a man who accepts it. Tonight, your subconscious will reject it. As you drift toward sleep, your mind will soften. The old beliefs, I'm not good enough, I'm too late, I can't change, will lose their grip. The subconscious does not defend them, it merely repeats what has been fed. Feed it something stronger, something definite, and it will obey. Let me paint a scene. Tomorrow morning, you sit at the edge of your bed. Normally, you would hesitate, scrolling, distracting yourself, delaying the day. But not this time. You stand up with a sense of direction you cannot explain. Your mind feels sharper. Your decisions feel easier. You feel aligned with something you once only imagined. This is identity installation. Do not underestimate this process. The conscious mind is loud, but the subconscious is powerful. It governs your habits, your instincts, your reactions. If your subconscious accepts a new identity tonight, your life will begin changing without effort. You will make decisions that old versions of you would not dare make. You will act with a confidence that surprises even you. But there is a warning. If you listen to these words casually, nothing will happen. Identity shifts require presence, attention, emotional surrender. You must allow these truths to settle deeper than your doubts. Identity collapses when a man chooses passivity. Identity sharpens when a man chooses intention. Tonight, choose intention. Imagine yourself 12 months from now, unrecognizable in the best possible way. Your life expanded, your opportunities multiplied, your circle elevated, your confidence undeniable. People will ask, what changed? And you will know. Your identity changed first, and everything else rearranged itself around it. You are not broken. You are simply misidentified. And a misidentified man lives below his potential, no matter how great that potential is. But once you identify as the man you are meant to become, the world begins treating you accordingly. Let yourself sink into this truth. The greatest limits in your life have never come from the outside. They came from the story you accepted about who you were. Change the story, and the limits vanish. You are not rebuilding your life, you are rebuilding the person who lives it. So breathe slowly. Let your tension dissolve. Let your body grow heavy. These next hours will not merely soothe you, they will reshape you. What you hear tonight will plant new identity commands deep within your subconscious until they become your natural state. And when you rise in the morning, something inside you will declare, I am unstoppable. Not because you pushed yourself, not because you forced anything, but because your identity finally matches your destiny. Sleep now and wake as the man you were always meant to be. As you drift toward the stillness of night, allow your mind to recall the truth it has long forgotten. Within you lives a greater likeness than the one you have shown the world, a likeness formed before fear smudged its outline. This likeness has slept beneath layers of doubt, yet it remained whole, waiting only for your recognition. You have lived many years under the weight of borrowed impressions. Teachers, companions, failures, and careless words painted images upon your mind that never belonged to you. These impressions gathered like dust upon a mirror, dimming the reflection of your rightful nature. Tonight, as your body grows heavy with rest, that dust begins to fall away. Identity is not the sum of your mistakes. It is not the shadow cast by fear. It is the inward figure you hold of yourself. And as this figure shifts, your entire world bends to its new outline. Men rise or fall according to this inward likeness. They succeed or fail according to the picture they habitually contemplate. Within you exists the rightful heir, your stronger nature. This heir has waited patiently behind the noise of your doubts. It has spoken through moments when you acted bravely, though you believed yourself timid. It guided you in hours when you solved problems others feared to touch. It whispered through victories you dismissed as luck. Tonight, that heir steps quietly into view. Let your breath ease, let your thoughts lengthen. As the conscious mind grows faint, the deeper mind awakens to receive truth without resistance. And the truth is this: the greater self within you has never been touched by fear, never weakened by failure, never diminished by criticism. It remains whole, steady, and prepared to lead your life with dignity. Consider the young messenger boy who once believed himself insignificant. His steps were timid because his inward likeness was timid. Yet one day he pictured himself as capable, and this new picture altered his bearing. His employer sensed the change and entrusted him with greater tasks. Others later claimed he possessed natural authority, unaware that authority began as a quiet thought in a quiet mind. Tonight, similar thoughts take root within you. Your higher nature rises the way dawn approaches the horizon, not suddenly, but inevitably. As fear's mist thins from the inward mirror, clarity returns. Your true likeness is revealed not by effort, but by remembrance. You are not creating a new identity. You are recognizing the one that has always belonged to you. Repeat within gently, I recall the strength that lives within me. Allow the words to settle upon your deeper mind like warm light upon cold stone. Again, My true likeness grows clearer in silence. Again, the rightful heir within me steps forward. Each repetition removes another grain of dust from the inward mirror. The subconscious accepts truth as readily as it once accepted doubt. It resists nothing repeated with calm conviction. Tonight, remembrance becomes the sculptor of your identity. Every phrase you hear becomes another brushstroke, revealing the figure beneath. Think now of the schoolteacher who believed her voice held no weight. She carried the likeness of a timid guide, and so her life reflected that likeness. But in one still evening she imagined herself as a leader of minds. Her manner changed first. Her tone gained clarity. Her step gained steadiness. Within months she became a figure her peers relied upon. Her rise did not begin with skill. It began with identity. So it shall be with you. Others will sense a quiet strength in your presence. They will speak to you as though you have always possessed certainty. They will treat you according to the likeness you now allow to rise. Without effort, without strain, your life begins to align with the truth of who you are. Now breathe and release. Repeat silently. Within me rests a power I have long ignored. Allow the phrase to settle deep. I welcome the rise of my rightful self. Your true identity awakens as you sleep, and the world you meet tomorrow will reflect the man who rises from this night. As you drift more deeply into rest, notice how the thoughts of the day begin to loosen their grip. The conscious mind, with all its hurried judgments, recedes like a tide withdrawing from shore. In this retreat, your deeper mind rises. And with its rising comes the opportunity to dissolve the identity you once obeyed but never chose. For years, you have worn a mask, not out of dishonesty, but out of habit. The mask was shaped by early criticism, by the careless opinions of those who did not understand your nature, by failures that left their mark upon a young mind unprepared to question them. Over time, you accepted these impressions as truth, and the mask became familiar. But familiarity is not destiny. As your breath grows steady, imagine this mask resting lightly upon your features, not fused, not permanent, merely placed there long ago. It has grown heavy, not because it belongs to you, but because you have carried it for so long. Tonight, we loosen its ties. Think of the timid clerk who believed his thoughts held no weight. For years, he shrank from offering suggestions, fearing his judgment lacked worth. Yet one day he recognized that this fear did not originate within him. It had been installed by a stern superior whose voice echoed long after the man had departed. The moment the clerk understood the mask was borrowed, it began to slip. His manner changed quietly. His employer sensed new steadiness. Responsibility increased. And soon, those around him spoke of his natural insight, unaware that the insight had always been present, concealed only by the mask he finally removed. Allow your own mask to loosen. Feel the threads that once held it firm begin to unravel. You do not tear it away. You simply stop holding it in place. A man becomes free not by force, but by recognition. And recognition dawns now. The beliefs that weakened you were never yours. The false identity speaks in the voice of hesitation. I must not fail. It speaks in the voice of retreat. I am not ready. It speaks in the voice of unworthiness. Others are stronger than I. These phrases were repeated so often that your mind assumed they were your own. But repetition alone gives an idea its claim, not truth. And tonight, a stronger truth comes forward to dissolve the lesser claims. As sleep deepens, picture your old beliefs not as commands, but as fog drifting across the landscape of your mind. Fog cannot resist the rising sun. It cannot argue. It cannot hold its position once light grows strong. The light is growing now. Repeat softly in your mind. These beliefs were borrowed. I return them. Feel the weight ease. Feel the fog lift. You are not at war with your old identity. You are allowing it to melt. Consider the apprentice carpenter who believed his hands were clumsy. He had accepted this impression in youth when a teacher mocked his early attempts. For years he moved uncertainly, shrinking from finer work. Then one evening he pictured himself as a craftsman of precision. The picture was faint at first, but he held it with gentle persistence. Soon his touch grew steadier. His master trusted him with delicate tasks. Others called him a born craftsman, unaware that the belief shaping his movements had changed in silence long before skill appeared. You too are shaped by the beliefs you hold while the world sleeps. The false identity weakens now. It loses its foundation. It cannot stand when you no longer support it with thought. Identity is sustained by attention. Withdraw attention, and the structure folds quietly. Repeat inwardly, I release the thoughts that never belonged to me. Let the phrase echo softly, like a stone sinking into deep water. The old mask loosens and falls away. Now turn your attention to the space beneath the mask. There is no emptiness there. There is clarity. There is space for the likeness of your rightful self to appear. The moment the mask begins to slip, the true face of your nature comes forward. Do not rush. Identity does not need force. It needs surrender. You are not tearing down anything real. You are allowing illusion to fade. Imagine now a quiet table inside the workshop of your mind. Upon this table rests every belief you once accepted, some placed there by fear, some by exhaustion, some by voices long gone from your life. See them clearly. I cannot change. I am late. I am ordinary. I never follow through. Now take one belief in your hand. Examine it. Does it carry the weight of truth or merely the weight of repetition? Hold it to the light of your deeper knowing. Watch as its edges soften. Watch as its form dissolves. Watch as it melts like wax before flame. Your deeper mind accepts only what aligns with your true nature. Anything contrary to that nature cannot survive once seen clearly. For years, the false identity guided your actions like a weak compass pointing nowhere. Each time you tried to rise, the needle wavered. Each time you attempted change, the needle spun. But now, as you release the mask and dissolve the borrowed beliefs, the compass steadies. A man guided by a steady compass cannot drift. Repeat within, I no longer act from borrowed weakness. My deeper mind awakens to truth. Your false identity has held you back, not because it was strong, but because you believed it was you. Identity cannot control a man once he recognizes it as false. The moment recognition occurs, the illusion collapses. And collapse is occurring now, softly, silently, without struggle. Think of the shopkeeper who, after years of timid conduct, discovered that his uncertainty originated from a childhood rebuke. The belief was not his, it belonged to the memory of one unwise voice. When he recognized the source, the belief lost its power. His bearing changed. His shop prospered. His neighbors claimed he found confidence, but he had merely stopped believing a lie. So too will others interpret your transformation. They will assume you gained confidence. They will assume you strengthened your will. But the truth is simpler. You stopped supporting the false identity with thought. Your subconscious is listening closely now, free from the noise of daytime concerns. It hears truth clearly. It accepts truth willingly. It obeys truth faithfully. Let these words fall into it like seeds into prepared soil. The identity shaped by fear dissolves. The likeness I carried in error fades. I return to the self that matches my nature. Breathe deeply, slowly. Identity melts, the same way the winter frost melts beneath the morning sun gradually, yet inevitably. When the frost disappears, the ground beneath is revealed fresh, ready to bear new growth. You are now in that state of readiness. As your body sinks deeper into rest, feel the inward shift, subtle but unmistakable. You are becoming empty of false impressions. And in this emptiness, strength quietly enters. The higher self moves forward, not as a stranger, but as a long unseen friend returning home. Others will witness a change in you that they cannot name. They will hear greater firmness in your voice. They will observe new steadiness in your decisions. They will respond to you with respect that once seemed withheld. They will feel the presence of a man no longer governed by borrowed doubts. For now, simply allow the old identity to fade. There is nothing for you to do. There is only truth to receive. Let the final words of this part anchor themselves within you. I welcome the unveiling of my true identity. That which was false returns to nothing. The likeness of my stronger nature comes forward. Sink deeper, and let the mask fall away. Your true self approaches. As the night deepens and your conscious thoughts fall away, the quiet chambers of your inner mind open. In this stillness, the stronger part of your nature rises, not loudly, not suddenly, but with a certainty that reveals it has always been there. You are not becoming something new, you are remembering something ancient, something essential, something unmistakably your own. You have glimpsed this higher nature before, in moments when you acted with unusual courage, in moments when clarity seized you without warning, in moments when you solved a challenge others retreated from. Those were not accidents. They were the voice of your true self breaking through the noise. Consider how a sunrise appears. It does not break the sky all at once. First a faint line of light, then an outline, then a quiet glow. Then the full face of the day. So it is with the higher self. It reveals itself gradually until no trace of night remains in the mind. Allow yourself to notice, even now, a faint but growing sense of inward steadiness. This is the higher self taking its rightful place. Its presence has been concealed beneath layers of fear, habit, and borrowed belief, but you have already begun loosening those layers. And now the rightful heir steps forward. Repeat inwardly with calm authority. The greater nature within me rises. Let the words sink like a stone dropped into deep water. Again, I recognize the strength that has waited within me. Feel the gentle awakening, not forceful, not demanding, but steady. Think now of the young stenographer who spent years believing she lacked refinement. She carried herself according to that belief, soft voice, uncertain posture, hesitant manner. Yet the day she pictured herself as a woman of clarity and confidence, something within her stirred. Her tone sharpened, her movements assumed purpose. Her employer sensed dignity before she herself recognized it. And soon she rose into positions once hidden from her view. She did not become someone new. She remembered who she already was. So it is with you. Your higher nature has been waiting for the moment when your inner mind could hear it clearly. And tonight, in the silence of rest, your mind is more receptive than at any waking hour. Imagine now the shape of your true self, not in detail, but in quality. Imagine steadiness. Imagine clarity. Imagine a sense of direction born not of effort, but of inward certainty. This is the self that has always guided your best decisions. It is the same self that refused to surrender when you were tested. It is the same self that whispered, "Rise," when the world pushed you down. Let this presence expand. Your deeper mind accepts images more readily than words. So picture the higher self standing behind you, calm and tall, its hand resting lightly upon your shoulder. This is not a figure of fantasy. It is the sum of your potential, your discipline, your purpose, your desires, your will, your courage, all gathered into one form. You have mistaken yourself for the surface for too long. Identity is not built from your mistakes. Identity is revealed from your strengths. Repeat within, slowly, with reverence. I see the stronger self within me. I invite it to take its place. With each repetition, the image sharpens. Consider the apprentice lawyer who doubted his value. He felt he lacked authority, but his doubt was nothing more than a faint picture left by earlier failures. One day, he remembered a single moment when he defended a friend with conviction. That memory became the seed of a new inward likeness. He repeated it, shaped it, strengthened it in the quiet of his mind. In time, he spoke in the courtroom with such certainty that observers believed he had always possessed such mastery. They saw the higher self he had finally allowed to rise. Your higher self is rising now, not with noise, but with inevitability. Picture this. Every time you choose confidence over doubt, you step closer to the rightful heir. Every time you choose decision over hesitation, you stand taller within your own structure. Every time you choose purpose over drifting, you reinforce the foundation of your identity. Identity does not change through sudden effort. Identity changes through continual alignment with truth. And the truth is simple. You are more than the weaknesses you once believed. You are more than the fears you once obeyed. You are more than the limitations you once accepted. Let your deeper mind consider the craftsman who formed a fine instrument from rough wood. He did not impose form by force. He removed what did not belong. The form already existed within the wood. His task was only to reveal it. Tonight, all that does not belong to your true nature continues to fall away. And what remains, what rises, is the self you were meant to express. Notice now a growing calm, a quiet dignity, a sense of inward expansion. These sensations are signs that your higher self steps into the foreground. Repeat in the silence of your deeper mind. My higher nature guides me. I rise into the likeness of my true self. Feel yourself settling into this new identity, not as an aspiration, but as a homecoming. There is nothing unnatural about confidence. There is nothing foreign about clarity. There is nothing extraordinary about purpose. These qualities have lived within you since the beginning. You simply return to them now. Others will recognize this shift before you speak of it. They will sense it in your posture, your tone, your gaze. They will trust you more readily. They will confide in you. They will treat you as a man of steady judgment and strong presence. They will see the higher self you now reveal. You do not force this revelation. You allow it. Now let the following affirmations shape your inward likeness. I welcome the rise of the greater self. I walk in the strength of my true nature. The deeper part of me comes forward with ease. My rightful self becomes my living identity. You are no longer drifting toward this identity, you are inhabiting it. Let the feeling grow. Let the image sharpen. Let the rightful heir sit upon the inward throne. Rest now in the presence of the self you are becoming. It has waited long enough. Tonight, it takes its place. As your body settles deeper into rest and your breath finds its natural rhythm, your mind enters a state where suggestion becomes law. In this quiet chamber, the will is strengthened, sharpened, and installed as the rightful commander of your thoughts. A man does not rise because circumstances favor him. He rises because he governs himself. And tonight, you begin the gentle but definite installation of inward authority. For too long, your thoughts have wandered without direction, responding to moods, fears, and the opinions of others. This wandering was not a fault of your nature. It was simply the result of an untrained will. But the will, like any faculty, grows strong with attention. And tonight, in the stillness of your deeper mind, you place the will upon its throne. Imagine the will as a quiet conductor standing before the orchestra of your mind. Without the conductor, the instruments play out of harmony, each following its own impulses. But when the conductor raises his hand, the scattered sounds gather into purpose. So it is with your thoughts. They do not resist order. They simply await leadership. Repeat inwardly, my will directs my thought with calm certainty. Allow the words to settle into the deeper layers of your consciousness. Again, I command my mind with gentle authority. Feel the shift. It begins subtly as a settling, a quieting. Thoughts that once rushed or tangled now move in orderly lines. Consider the shopkeeper who lived many years in hesitation. His days were marked by indecision, not from weakness but from the absence of inner direction. One morning he resolved to issue a clear inward command before leaving his home. Today I act with strength and clarity. At first the command felt artificial. Yet he repeated it, not with strain, but with steadiness. Within weeks, his hesitation faded. His customers sensed confidence. His employees followed his lead. Business flourished. His rise began not with knowledge, but with inward command. So it shall be with you. For the subconscious does not argue with conviction. It obeys. Your will is not an instrument of force. It is an instrument of order. It gathers your scattered energies and directs them toward a single line of purpose. As you sleep, this inward commander grows clearer, stronger, more defined. Repeat silently, "My thoughts follow the course I set." Now picture the mind as a great vessel on open waters. Without a captain, the ship is at the mercy of wind and tide. It drifts, turns, hesitates. But when a captain stands firmly at the helm, even storm winds cannot break the vessel's course. The sea yields to the steady hand. Tonight, you become the captain of your inner vessel. The wheel is placed in your hands. Your will stands firmly behind you, guiding your grip. Feel the steadiness enter. It is calm, not tense. It is confident, not hurried. Think of the accountant who believed himself ordinary. He performed his duties with precision, yet he doubted his worth. One day he resolved to picture himself as a man of sound judgment. This inward image, repeated quietly, altered his conduct. His employer noticed the change. Soon he was entrusted with responsibilities that shaped entire enterprises. His success was not a reward for talent alone, it was the fruit of inner command. When you command yourself gently, you awaken energies that have slept. When you direct your mind with certainty, your actions follow with ease. Identity takes form under the guidance of the will. Repeat softly, "I give my will its rightful place. My mind obeys my chosen direction." Notice how these words feel within you, steady, grounding, anchoring. Your deeper mind is accepting them. Every man who has risen to greatness has done so because he governed himself before governing outward affairs. Napoleon Hill learned this truth from captains of industry, from inventors, from statesmen, from builders of empires. Behind every achievement was a will trained to hold a steady course. Your will now receives similar training. Imagine a lantern held by the conductor of your mind. This lantern is the power of controlled attention. Wherever the lantern shines, growth occurs. Wherever it shines, strength accumulates. Tonight, the lantern shines upon your identity, your higher nature, your chosen likeness. Thoughts not aligned with your identity remain in the dark. Thoughts that strengthen you receive light. This is how the will governs. Repeat inwardly, "My attention follows my purpose. My will strengthens the self I am becoming." Let these words anchor themselves deeply. Now imagine yourself standing in a quiet chamber. Before you are 3 doors. One labeled fear, one labeled doubt, one labeled delay. Behind you stands your higher self, tall and certain. At your side stands your will, steady and calm. Together, they guide you toward the 4th door, the door without a name, the door of chosen identity. As you walk toward it, the other doors fade. Your mind no longer wanders toward them. Your will does not permit it. This is inward command, not force, but guidance. Not tension, but clarity. Now hear this truth. A man becomes unstoppable when his will and his identity agree. You are entering that agreement tonight. Think again of the machinist who rose to become an engineer. He shaped his identity patiently until his inward likeness became firm. But what sealed his rise was the alignment of that likeness with his will. Once he commanded himself to live as the capable man he envisioned, his actions moved with certainty. His co-workers believed he possessed some rare inner gift. He did. And so do you. Repeat, "My will and my identity are united. I walk the course I have chosen." As these words echo softly within you, feel the inner structure forming, a framework of confidence, a foundation of purpose, a spine of quiet authority. Others will sense this change before you speak of it. They will observe a steadiness that was not present before. Your presence will carry weight. Your tone will reveal purpose. Your decisions will appear to arise from deeper conviction. They will see a man who commands himself, and a man who commands himself commands his destiny. Now sink deeper into rest. Let the will hold its place. Let inward command solidify as you sleep. For when you rise, you will act as one who has found his direction. Repeat silently as you drift. "I command myself with certainty. My will holds firm. My identity follows the course of my purpose. Rest now. The conductor has lifted his hand. The orchestra of your mind prepares to play in harmony. As the night deepens and your breath settles into its slow and steady rhythm, the mind becomes a workshop in perfect order. The noise of the conscious world fades, leaving only the quiet hum of inner activity. Here, in this stillness, the new identity begins to take shape, not hurriedly, not by force, but with the patient craftsmanship that brings all lasting creations into form. Identity is not born in an instant. It is shaped the way a sculptor shapes stone, by removing what does not belong and refining what remains. The block is already present within you. The figure hidden inside it is your higher nature. And tonight, your deeper mind begins to reveal its outline. Imagine your identity as raw material resting upon the craftsman's bench. The tools of shaping lie before you: imagination, desire, repetition, attention, faith. These tools have been waiting for your command. In the past, fear may have guided your hand. Now the rightful sculptor takes his place. Repeat gently, I shape my identity with purpose. Let the words settle like firm hands upon the inward stone. Again, the man I am becoming is formed by my chosen thought. Consider the apprentice machinist who lived many years believing himself ordinary. Each day he performed tasks mechanically, unaware that a greater pattern slept within him. Yet when he pictured himself as a capable engineer, calm, precise, decisive, the picture stirred something in him. His posture shifted, his tone steadied, his work sharpened, his foreman noticed, responsibility increased. And soon he became the very man he once imagined faintly in the quiet of his mind. This is the law of inward formation. Identity follows imagination. Life follows identity. Tonight, your imagination becomes the master artisan. Picture the qualities you desire to embody, not as distant ideals, but as inward shapes already present beneath the surface. Strength, clarity, decision, dignity, purpose. Let these qualities gather like warm light behind a curtain. As the curtain opens, the likeness takes form. You are not inventing qualities, you are revealing them. Repeat softly, the form of my greater self grows clear. Your subconscious accepts images readily. It does not resist truth when truth is presented with calm focus. Imagine yourself standing with the bearing of a man who knows his direction. Your shoulders are relaxed but firm. Your voice holds quiet certainty. Your thoughts move with order. This is not imagination alone, it is identity taking shape. See the potter at his wheel. The clay is soft beneath his hands. The wheel turns slowly. With each rotation, the form becomes clearer. Repetition is the turning of the wheel. Thought is the shaping hand. So it is with you. Your identity softens beneath the influence of calm, repeated thought. Your higher nature becomes the mold. Your will becomes the guiding touch. Repeat inwardly, my thoughts sculpt the man I am becoming. Consider the seamstress who spent her early life believing she possessed only ordinary skill. But when she envisioned herself as an artist of fabric, her work transformed. Her hands moved with confidence. Her ideas grew bold. Patrons sensed the new quality and sought her out. They saw the identity she shaped inwardly long before she earned outward recognition. Identity precedes expression. Expression precedes recognition. Recognition follows inevitably. Tonight, identity precedes expression. Feel the inward material warming beneath the influence of your desire. Desire is not longing, it is the fire beneath the forge. It softens the metal of your habits, making them bend willingly toward new shape. Repeat within, my desire warms the material of my nature. See the craftsman's chisel, lifted and lowered, lifted and lowered. Each strike is small, each strike is gentle, each strike aligns with purpose. In time, the rough block reveals the figure hidden within. Your repetition serves as the craftsman's chisel. Every thought you accept, every image you hold, every affirmation you repeat, each becomes a stroke, revealing the shape of your true identity. The deeper mind shapes itself around what you dwell upon. If you dwell upon fear, you carve a likeness of fear. If you dwell upon strength, you carve the likeness of strength. Tonight, you dwell upon strength. Repeat silently. Strength shapes my inward form. Clarity shapes my inward form. Purpose shapes my inward form. The identity you now sculpt will govern your conduct upon waking. You will rise with a steadier sense of yourself. You will reach decisions with less strain. You will speak with quiet authority. You will move in harmony with your chosen direction. These changes will not feel forced. They will feel natural, as though you have returned to a forgotten pattern. Imagine now that your new identity stands before you like a statue emerging from stone. The outline is clear. The posture is strong. The face carries dignity. This is the self you have always sensed you could become. You now allow it to take full form. Repeat subtly, I welcome the form of my greater self. As you sink deeper into rest, imagine running your hands over the inward sculpture. Feel its firmness. Feel its clarity. Feel the truth of its shape. No rough edges remain from the old identity. They have been carved away. Only the true figure stands. Your new identity is not loud. It does not boast. It does not force itself into the world. It simply is. And because it is, your world begins to rearrange itself around it. Picture someone meeting you tomorrow. Observe how they speak to you. Their tone holds greater respect. Their posture shifts subtly. They recognize something that even you have barely begun to express. They see the inward shape reflected outward. Identity cannot remain hidden. It shines through expression. It shines through bearing. It shines through the smallest choice. Tonight, you shape the identity that will shine through your life. Repeat once more. I shape my identity with purpose and patience. The figure of my stronger nature stands clear within me. Allow these words to settle like a warm weight upon the mind. Notice the calm. Notice the warmth. Notice the steadiness. Your identity is taking form. The sculptor continues his quiet work as you sleep. And when you rise as the man shaped by tonight's intention. Rest now in the workshop of your mind. The chisel moves patiently. The form grows radiant. The figure stands taller with each breath. Your new identity is being shaped with deliberate care, and soon it will guide your every act. As the deeper mind continues its quiet work in the silence of night, a new element enters the shaping of your identity purpose. Identity without purpose is a ship with no destination. Identity with purpose is a vessel guided by a fixed star, steady even when the seas shift. Tonight, your newly formed identity finds its direction. Purpose is not a wish. It is not a fleeting enthusiasm. It is the inward conviction that your life is meant for definite expression. It is the central note in the symphony of your character, the note that holds all others in harmony. Without it, you drift. With it, you advance. Allow your breath to slow. Allow your mind to quiet. Purpose enters not by force, but by recognition. Repeat softly, my life moves in a chosen direction. Now imagine a great compass resting within your chest. Its needle has wavered for years, tugged by doubt, by fear, by the opinions of others. But as your identity grows clearer, the needle begins to steady. And now, with the rise of purpose, it locks into place. This stillness is direction. This steadiness is destiny. Consider the delivery boy who once wandered through life without aim. He passed from one task to another, directed by circumstance rather than choice. Yet one day he formed a quiet but definite inward aim to become the master of his own enterprise. That aim, though faint, became his compass. His actions sharpened. His decisions grew simple. Opportunities seemed to appear without explanation. And within years, he owned the very business he once served in obscurity. His rise was not the product of fortune. It was the result of aligning identity with purpose. Tonight, you enter the same alignment. Repeat inwardly, my purpose guides every step I take. Feel the words sink deeper. Feel the compass settle firmly. Feel your direction stabilize. Purpose does not need to be complicated. Purpose does not need to be grand. It needs only to be definite. It is the quiet pledge you make to yourself in the highest part of your nature. I will become the strongest version of myself. Or, I will serve with excellence and integrity. Or, I will create something worthy of my potential. Whatever form your purpose takes, it becomes the anchor of your identity. Think of the carpenter who once doubted his worth. For years he believed himself unfit for great responsibility. But the day he pledged inwardly to become a master builder, his work changed. He arrived earlier. He focused more keenly. His hands moved with precision. Others noticed. They trusted him with larger projects. Wealth followed. Respect followed. Leadership followed. All because he united identity with purpose. Purpose awakens energy that sleep cannot diminish. Purpose ignites desire that fatigue cannot extinguish. Purpose gives direction to every thought, every action, every breath. Repeat quietly, my purpose strengthens my identity. Identity and purpose move as one within me. You may feel within you a sense of inward expansion. This is the merging of direction with identity. No longer are you a man who acts from habit. You are a man who acts from aim. This distinction separates those who drift through life from those who command their destiny. Imagine yourself walking upon a long road. In the past, the road was hazy. You changed direction often, uncertain which path belonged to you. But now the road is clear. The horizon is steady. You walk with measured steps, with calm pace, with growing certainty. This road symbolizes purpose, and tonight you commit to it. Repeat softly, I walk the path chosen by my deeper nature. The deeper mind obeys purpose with great loyalty. Once it accepts direction, it moves your energy, your imagination, your will, your habits, your decisions, all in alignment with that direction. You do not need to command every action. Purpose commands them for you. This is why men of great achievement often appear calm. They are not without struggle. They are without confusion. Purpose dissolves confusion the way sunlight dissolves shadow. Consider the musician who lived in fear of inadequacy. His heart yearned to compose, yet he saw himself as a hobbyist unworthy of serious pursuit. But when he fixed his purpose inwardly to create works of meaning, his manner changed. He practiced with devotion. Inspiration visited him. Patrons recognized his talent. Soon, he became the man he once believed himself unworthy to be. Purpose unlocked the identity he needed. Let this truth take root in you. A man rises not because of what he does, but because of who he becomes. And who he becomes is determined by the purpose he chooses. Repeat gently with inward authority, my purpose defines the man I am becoming. I unite my identity with my aim. Feel how these words strengthen your inner structure. Identity grows steady. Purpose grows bright. The two begin to fuse. Now imagine a great bow in your hands. Identity is the bow strong, shaped, prepared. Purpose is the target clear, fixed, unchanging. Thought is the arrow. When the bow and target align, the arrow flies straight. Even a slight motion of the hand cannot divert it once released with intention. Your identity is the bow being drawn. Your purpose is the target standing firm. Your thought tonight and tomorrow is the arrow. Repeat softly, my aim is clear, and my actions follow. As your deeper mind absorbs this truth, notice a shift in your sense of self. There is greater weight now, not heaviness, but substance. You feel anchored. You feel directed. You feel as though each breath draws you further into the life you were meant to live. Purpose makes a man predictable to himself. Purpose makes a man reliable to others. Purpose makes a man trustworthy to destiny. Tomorrow, those around you will feel this shift. They will see clarity in your eyes. They will hear certainty in your tone. They will assume you have discovered something important about yourself, and you have. You have discovered direction. Repeat inwardly one final time as you drift toward deeper sleep. My purpose leads me. My identity follows. My destiny opens before me. Rest now in the certainty of chosen direction. Your purpose-bound self is emerging with every breath. As the night nears its deepest hour and your mind settles into its quietest state, You enter the final stage of identity reconstruction, the moment when the new self becomes not a hope, not a picture, not a practice, but a living reality. The self you have shaped in silence rises now with a calm and steady triumph. Every thought repeated tonight, every image formed, every truth accepted has brought you to this moment of inner settlement. There is no conflict within you, no tension between old belief and new vision. The identity that once held you in limitation has dissolved. The identity you have chosen stands clear, firm, and complete. Imagine a great bell newly cast. While the metal cools, it holds no sound. But once the mold breaks away, the bell reveals its true shape and tone. Strike it gently and it sings. Your identity is such a bell. The mold of former beliefs has broken. The true tone of your nature rings through. Repeat softly, my identity is whole. My identity is true. Feel the words settle deep, where the subconscious accepts them as fact. No man becomes strong by accident. Strength belongs to he who knows his own nature. Tonight, you have come to know yourself in a way many never do. You have touched the source from which confidence rises. You have met the inner figure from which courage flows. You have discovered the pattern upon which integrity is formed. This is not a new self, it is the rightful self, the self that was buried beneath years of borrowed belief. Now it breathes freely. Consider the once overlooked clerk whose transformation began with a single inward order. Over time, his clarity grew, his judgment sharpened, his presence deepened. Those around him treated him as though he possessed rare authority. Yet the truth was simple. He accepted his deeper identity and let it lead. This same acceptance is taking root within you. Your deeper mind is now steady, calm as still water reflecting the moon. No turbulence from doubt remains. No ripples from fear distort the reflection. You see yourself clearly. And in that clarity, conviction is born. Repeat inwardly, I walk in the likeness of my true self. The deeper self guides my every step. Identity is not a garment you put on. It is the form of your being. When the form is clear, thoughts align with it. Habits align with it. Behavior aligns with it. Destiny aligns with it. All parts of life bend to the inward pattern you now hold. Imagine now a great door within your mind. Behind it rests every quality you have awakened tonight. Strength, clarity, purpose, will, harmony. As your new identity settles, the door opens. These qualities do not rush outward. They flow steadily like warm light filling a room. You do not reach for these qualities. You express them. You do not strive to be this self. You are this self. Repeat softly, my identity expresses itself without effort. Consider the bookbinder who rose quietly to mastery. He shaped his inward likeness with patience. He repeated his vision until it felt natural. Eventually, the world saw him as he saw himself. Patrons trusted him. Students sought him. Opportunity moved toward him. His rise was not sudden. It was the quiet triumph of an identity fully accepted. This quiet triumph now belongs to you. Feel the inward form steady, refined, powerful in its calmness. Feel the shape of your thoughts aligning with this form. Feel your posture, even in sleep, settling into dignity. Feel your breath deepening, as though drawing strength from the very core of your being. Repeat within, my new identity stands firm. I remain true to the self I have chosen. Now imagine your life as a great landscape. Before tonight, parts of this landscape were dim roads, unclear, paths uncertain. But now, with identity complete, the land brightens. You see direction where fog once lay. You see opportunity where confusion once stood. You see capability where self-doubt once lingered. Identity clarifies vision. Vision clarifies action. Action clarifies destiny. Tomorrow, when you rise, you will feel this clarity. You will open your eyes and sense that something in your inner structure has shifted quietly but permanently. You will speak with steady assurance. You will act without hesitation. You will meet challenges with calm mind and firm will. Others will interpret your presence as confidence, but it will be more than that. It will be alignment. Repeat inwardly, I act with inner harmony. My identity and purpose walk as one. Notice how naturally these truths settle now. Earlier in your life, such statements may have felt foreign, but now they feel like returning home. This is the sign of identity completed. Truth feels familiar. Imagine once more the bow and the arrow. Before tonight, the bow bent weakly, the arrow wavered, and the target blurred. But now the bow is strong, shaped by identity. The arrow is straight, guided by will. The target is clear, set by purpose. When the arrow is released, its path is inevitable. This inevitability is the mark of a completed identity. Repeat softly, my path is steady. My aim is true. Think now of the great leaders Hill once studied, men who moved with conviction others could not explain. They possessed an inward certainty, not because circumstances favored them, but because identity governed them. Their thoughts followed their identity. Their habits followed their thoughts, and their achievements followed their habits. You now stand at the threshold of such certainty. Feel the inward throne beneath you, not a throne of dominance, but of rightful authority. The rightful heir, the higher self you awakened earlier, now occupies it fully. There is no rival within you, no conflicting voice, no lingering doubt. The identity that once pulled you backward has dissolved. The identity that leads you forward stands firm. Repeat inwardly, my rightful self governs my life. I follow the authority of my own higher nature. Notice how easily these statements settle. Notice how naturally they feel. This is the sign of completion. Now picture yourself tomorrow waking slowly, rising calmly. You stand from your bed with a steadiness you have not felt in years. You sense in your chest a quiet fire, a warmth, not of excitement alone, but of assurance. You dress with greater order. You walk with greater presence. You speak with greater clarity. Your decisions, once clouded, now appear simple. This is identity in action. Your completed identity now commands the respect of others, not through force, but through presence. People respond differently. They listen. They observe. They trust. They feel drawn to your steadiness, as though to a warm flame on a cold night. They see the man you have become. Repeat softly, I live as the man my identity has shaped. Sink deeper now into rest. Your identity is fully formed. Your purpose guides it. Your will protects it. Your higher nature sustains it. There is nothing more to force. There is nothing more to dissolve. There is only the quiet triumph of a self-made whole. Let the final truths of this night anchor themselves deeply. My identity is complete. My deeper self leads my life. I rise tomorrow as the man I was meant to be. Rest in this triumph. It is yours now. It will remain yours when you wake. As the long hours of this night draw toward their close, let your mind rest upon the quiet truth that now lives within you. You arrived here carrying impressions that once weighed upon your strength, impressions gathered from years of doubt, delay, and inward misjudgment. Yet as you moved through each stage of this night, those impressions loosened their hold, and the rightful likeness of your deeper self rose into view. Your transformation was not an act of force, nor the product of sudden excitement. It came through calm instruction, steady remembrance, and the disciplined acceptance of truth. You have rebuilt the inner structure upon which all purposeful lives are formed. And as you near the dawn, the self you now carry is stronger, clearer, and more firmly established than any you have known before. Consider how the sculptor completes his work. He does not strike wildly at the stone, nor hurry through the final strokes. He moves with patience, knowing that the last refinements determine the grace of the figure. In much the same way, the final hours of this night have added refinement to your identity. What remains now is not merely improvement, but completion. There exists within every man a moment when the work of inward change settles into permanence. The unstable becomes steady, the uncertain becomes sure, the scattered becomes whole. That moment arrives when identity ceases to feel foreign and begins to feel familiar. You have reached such a moment. Repeat within yourself, I am the man my thoughts have shaped. Let the words settle deep, where the mind accepts them not as hope, but as fact. You may sense now a calm strength resting across your being. This is the mark of inward harmony. Identity, will, and purpose stand aligned. No part of you pulls against any other. You are like a ship whose sails, mast, and rudder move in one direction. The winds of life may change, yet the course you steer remains steady. Think of the many moments in your journey when uncertainty clouded your actions. You moved forward with hesitation, not because you lacked ability, but because you lacked identity. Ability follows identity the way fruit follows the seed. Now the seed is planted firmly, and the fruit will appear in due season. Take a breath and feel how naturally confidence rises in you. Confidence is not noise. It is not outward display. It is the quiet recognition of inward capability. You no longer claim your strength, you know it. And the world responds to a man who knows. Consider again the countless individuals whose stories inspired Hill's great writings. Each began as ordinary in the eyes of others. Yet within each lived an identity waiting to be awakened. When they accepted that identity fully, without apology, their outward circumstances reshaped themselves to match the inward form. It will be so with you. Let your mind picture the road ahead. No longer is it clouded, crooked, or dim. It lies before you with a clarity not present before this night, for identity lights the path. A man who knows who he is does not question where he must go. The road is chosen by the nature of the traveler. Repeat softly, my identity guides my destiny. Again, the man within shapes the world without. You may begin to notice a subtle change in how your thoughts arise. They flow with greater order, as though drawn from a deeper well. This is the work of inward command. The will, strengthened in the silence of this night, now directs your thought with gentle authority. Confusion fades. Decision becomes simple. Clarity becomes natural. Imagine that you stand upon a high hill at daybreak. The sun has not yet risen, yet the horizon glows with that early warmth that announces its approach. In the distance you see the land that lies before you open, vast, ready for the imprint of your step. This scene is a picture of your life at this very moment. Your identity is the light that makes the horizon visible. Your purpose is the direction of your gaze. Your will is the strength that carries you forward. Take a long, slow breath. Feel the weight of the past fall from your shoulders, not by effort, but by irrelevance. The past belongs to the man you once were. The future belongs to the man you have become. Consider how the carpenter, the shopkeeper, the messenger boy, and the teacher each transformed the world around them. Their outward rise was not the cause of their inward change, it was the result. They grew in the estimation of others because they grew in the estimation of themselves. As you have grown tonight, others will soon respond to you as though you have stepped into a new frame of being. They will hear in your tone a firmness they cannot name. They will see in your eyes a steadiness they did not expect. They will treat you as a man of purpose, and they will not be mistaken. Repeat within, the world reflects the man I am. Identity does not shout. It radiates. It does not insist. It expresses. It does not strain. It stands. You will find in the days ahead that your actions follow your identity with surprising ease. Habits that once felt difficult will feel natural. Decisions that once brought doubt will bring clarity. Challenges that once stirred fear will awaken strength. This is because identity precedes behavior. Once identity is set, behavior aligns itself without argument. Let the deeper parts of your mind accept this truth. I remain true to the identity formed tonight. Now imagine a great library. In it are volumes containing every belief, every thought, every memory that shaped your former self. One by one, these volumes close, not in rejection, but in completion. Their lessons served their purpose. Their relevance has ended. A new set of volumes now opens blank pages awaiting the imprint of your new identity. This is not forgetting. It is transformation. Repeat softly, I write my life from my new identity. Feel how steady the words become in your mind. Identity has a sound, a rhythm, a weight. The new identity you now hold carries the rhythm of calm strength. It carries the weight of purpose and the sound of certainty. Picture yourself in conversation tomorrow. Notice how your voice flows unhurried, measured, confident. Notice how your thoughts arrange themselves easily. Notice how your presence influences the tone of the room. These effects do not arise from performance. They arise from identity. You no longer try to appear confident. You simply are. You no longer try to make decisions. You decide. You no longer try to discipline yourself. You act in harmony with the self you have accepted. Repeat inwardly, I act from identity, not from effort. Allow this truth to become the foundation of your next chapter. Consider again the bell newly cast. It carries its tone within its form. Strike it, and it does not question what sound to produce. It simply reveals the note that belongs to it. Your identity works the same way. Life will strike you opportunity, challenge, uncertainty, victory, and you will respond according to the tone of your identity. Tonight that tone has been set. Pause, breathe deeply, and rest in this realization. My identity is complete and harmonious. If doubt arises in the future, it will not disturb you. Doubt belongs to the old self, and the old self has no authority here. If fear whispers, it will not sway you. Fear thrives only in unshaped minds. Your mind is now shaped with purpose. If hesitation appears, it will pass quickly. Hesitation cannot survive in the presence of a definite identity. The man who wakes tomorrow will stand upon a foundation secured by this night's work, and that foundation will support everything he builds, his habits, his goals, his relationships, his decisions, his achievements. Repeat gently, I rise tomorrow as the man my identity has formed. Let this final truth settle deeply. Identity shapes destiny, and my identity is now aligned with strength, purpose, and certainty. Rest now in the full triumph of your completed self. You have returned to your rightful nature. You have accepted your rightful authority. You have become the man your life has long awaited. Let sleep carry you into the dawn with quiet power. The work is done. The foundation is laid. The new life begins. As the night nears its quiet conclusion and the world sleeps in its dim silence, the deeper chambers of your mind stand open, illuminated by the truths you have accepted. The inner structure you have built through these hours does not tremble, does not shift, does not falter. It stands firm, like a great tower anchored upon bedrock. This tower is your new identity, shaped by thought, strengthened by purpose, and governed by the will that now sits upon its rightful throne. Feel within you the calm certainty that rises only when a man knows himself. Such certainty cannot be borrowed, imitated, or forced. It emerges when the mind ceases to worship its former limitations and bows instead to the truth of its own nature. Tonight, you have bowed to that truth, and the truth has bowed back in recognition. You may notice, even now, a subtle change in the atmosphere of your thoughts. Ideas arise without the old interference. Decisions form without strain. Direction reveals itself without confusion. This ease is not accident, it is the natural result of inward order. When identity, purpose, and will stand in unity, all things bend toward expression. Repeat softly within yourself, my mind rests in its rightful order. Let the phrase echo within the quiet halls of your subconscious. Let it settle into the corners where doubt once hid. Let it anchor itself into the very core of your being. Consider how often men of great success spoke of quiet turning points in their lives. They described moments when the inner veil lifted and they saw themselves differently. Not louder, not grander, but clearer. This clarity marked the birth of their authority. From that moment, the world could no longer treat them as they once were. They had stepped into their rightful stature. Such a moment has come to you now. Think of the unknown farmer who believed himself destined for hardship simply because those before him lived meagerly. Yet when he envisioned himself as capable of abundance, the land responded differently to his labor. His crops flourished, his decisions sharpened, his opportunities widened. Others claimed he received fortune's favor, but the truth is simpler. His identity changed and the land obeyed. Your world will obey your new identity, not because of luck, but because of law. Repeat silently, life reflects the man I have become. Feel the truth settle deep. It is not a hope, it is a principle. Now envision yourself passing between two great pillars. One pillar bears the marks of the man you once believed yourself to be: hesitant, uncertain, divided between desire and doubt. The other pillar bears the marks of the man you have shaped tonight: steady in thought, definite in purpose, firm in inward authority. As you walk between them, the pillar behind you fades from view. Only the pillar before you remains. This image is not symbolic alone. It represents a real shift in the structure of your identity. The old pattern of self-perception has dissolved. The new pattern holds its form with quiet strength. The man who stands at the center of your life from this night forward retains no allegiance to the identity that once held him back. Repeat within yourself: the man I once was no longer rules me. The man I am now holds rightful command. Feel the words resonate like a steady drumbeat. In the days ahead, you will observe small signs of this transformation. Your posture will straighten without conscious effort. Your voice will hold a tone of quiet certainty. Your thoughts will settle into orderly formation when once they scattered. Tasks that once delayed, you will now invite your attention. Opportunities you once doubted will now feel natural to accept. Identity governs conduct, and your identity has changed. Consider the seamstress who rose from obscurity. Her work had always been skillful, yet she believed herself modest and ordinary. Her identity held her back, not her talent. But the day she pictured herself as a creator of beauty, her entire bearing transformed. Patrons sensed her new inward stature. They sought her work. They honored her craft. And she grew into the life she once thought beyond her reach. Your life expands according to the stature of the man you believe yourself to be. Tonight, that stature grew. Now breathe slowly. Allow the breath to move in steady rhythm. Feel the inward walls of doubt crumble one final time. Repeat in stillness: my doubts fall silent before the truth of who I am. Now imagine a great hall within your mind, lit by warm gold light. At the far end, upon a raised platform, stands a throne not of royalty, but of rightful authority. Upon it sits the identity you have shaped tonight. The figure upon the throne is calm, composed, certain. This figure is you not as you once feared, but as you now know yourself to be. Approach this figure in your mind. Feel the strength in its presence. Feel the steadiness in its gaze. Feel the recognition between the self that observes and the self that is observed. This is not imagination. This is revelation. Repeat softly: I accept the authority of my true nature. Your subconscious receives this as instruction. Your identity accepts it as coronation. The old identity does not return. It has no throne to rest upon, no authority to claim, no structure to inhabit. The mental house has been rebuilt. The rooms have been cleared. The foundation has been replaced. Only the rightful tenant remains. Think now of the blacksmith who lived with a shrunken idea of his worth. He forged tools for others, yet believed himself unfit for greater responsibility. But once he imagined himself as a master craftsman, his work changed. His confidence rose. His opportunities multiplied. Those who knew him spoke of his transformation with wonder, unaware that the transformation began with a single thought repeated in the quiet of his mind. Your transformation, too, began with thought repeated, shaped, accepted. But its completion arrives now. Repeat softly: my identity stands complete and whole. I walk in harmony with the man I have chosen to be. Let the breath deepen. Let the warmth spread across your chest. Let the realization take root. You are no longer a man divided. You are no longer a man torn between who you wish to be and who you fear you are. You stand now as a unified self, directed, purposeful, inwardly steady. The world cannot resist a man who knows himself. It cannot obscure his path. It cannot diminish his rise. It must bend to the shape of his conviction. And your conviction stands clear. Now imagine the dawn approaching not as a bright rush of light, but as a slow, warm unfolding. The horizon glows faintly. The sky lifts. The land awakens. And with it, the man who has reconstructed his identity through the night rises with new strength. You will rise into a world that feels different because you are different. The old self cannot return. The new self cannot be shaken. Repeat inwardly, my identity endures. Consider again the bell newly cast. When struck, it does not search for its tone. It releases the sound that belongs to it. The tone is not chosen in the moment, it is shaped by the form. Your responses, your actions, your decisions, your habits will follow the form of your identity. And that form is now one of strength and clarity. Listen to the truth as it settles. I respond to life from my new identity. Your tone has changed. Your inner vibration has shifted. Your presence has deepened. Those around you will feel it before you speak it. They will adjust themselves accordingly. They will treat you according to the likeness you now bear. This is the quiet triumph of a completed identity. Take a deep, slow breath. Feel the firmness of the self that now inhabits your life. You are no longer at the mercy of your past. You no longer obey the impressions that once shaped you. You have taken command of your inner kingdom, and the kingdom obeys. Repeat softly one final time. I am the man my identity declares me to be. Let the words echo into the deepest folds of your mind. Let them rest there. Let them become the foundation upon which tomorrow stands. Now sink into the last moments of this night's transformation. The work is done. The structure is complete. The identity is yours. Rest in the triumph of your newly awakened self, for when the dawn breaks, you rise not as the man you were, but as the man you were always meant to be. As the long journey of this night approaches its quiet end, allow your mind to feel the fullness of what has unfolded within you. You did not merely listen to words. You entered a process of inward reconstruction. The beliefs that once governed you have been set aside. The fears that once clouded you have dissolved. The identity you carried into this night is not the identity you will carry into the dawn. Breathe slowly and sense the calm strength that now inhabits your being. This calm is not the absence of thought. It is the presence of inner order. A man whose mind is aligned with his purpose does not need noise to feel alive. He draws power from the clarity that rises in stillness. Your stillness now holds more strength than your former noise. You have undergone a quiet rebirth, not the dramatic kind that fades with morning, but the deep, lasting transformation that arises when truth takes root in the subconscious. You have accepted a likeness of yourself that honors your highest nature. You have dismissed the likeness shaped by old fears. And with that exchange, your destiny pivots. Repeat within, my life now reflects the truth of who I am. The words feel different now, heavier with meaning, steadier in tone. This is the effect of inner alignment. When the mind, the will, and the identity agree, there is no contradiction left to weaken you. You stand as a unified self, and unity is strength. Recall the many individuals Hill-studied men who rose from low stations to heights unimaginable. They did not rise because circumstances favored them. They rose because they discovered an inward likeness of strength, embraced it, repeated it, lived into it, and refused to betray it. Tonight, you have done the same. You have claimed the likeness of a stronger self, and that likeness now directs your life. Imagine now that you stand before a long corridor lined with mirrors. In each mirror appears a reflection of the self you were at various moments of your life. The boy who doubted, the young man who hesitated, the adult who carried unexamined burdens. But when you step beyond these mirrors, a final reflection appears, the self you have become through this night, strong in bearing, calm in judgment, definite in direction. This final reflection is not a dream. It is your new identity, and the mind accepts what it can see. Repeat gently, I recognize my rightful identity. Let the phrase settle deep. As you breathe, feel the old weakness drain from your being. It no longer holds claim to any part of your character. Weakness survives only where identity permits it. You have withdrawn that permission. You have placed the crown of self-respect upon your own head. See yourself now as a man who knows his place in the world, not through arrogance, but through certainty. A man who understands his worth does not shout it. A man who knows his purpose does not wander. A man who holds his identity firmly does not falter. Identity is not noise, it is direction. Identity is not performance, it is presence. Identity is not hope, it is declaration. Tonight's work has taught your subconscious to declare a new truth about your nature. Consider the tailor who once believed his hands unfit for great work. For years he stitched quietly, shrinking from higher roles. Yet one evening he pictured himself as a master of his craft. The picture strengthened his posture, sharpened his skill, and steadied his will. Soon others trusted him with tasks that required precision and courage. They spoke of his natural talent, unaware that the talent had always lived within him, waiting only for identity to awaken it. Your inner talents, too, rise when your identity rises. Your inner courage strengthens when identity strengthens. Your inner purpose clarifies when identity clarifies. Repeat softly, "My identity calls forth my hidden strength." Feel the truth unfold. Imagine that your life is a vast field awaiting cultivation. Before tonight, you scattered seeds with uncertainty, unsure where growth might appear. Now your field lies under the guidance of a clear and steady hand. Your intentions are deliberate. Your efforts are directed. Your footsteps are purposeful. Growth becomes inevitable when identity governs labor. You may notice that your inner voice has changed. Once it wavered, now it speaks with calm command. Once it questioned your decisions, now it supports them. Once it trembled at adversity, now it meets challenge with inward poise. This shift is not temporary. It is the voice of the man who has reclaimed his place within his own mind. Repeat inwardly, "My inner voice speaks with authority." Let the words deepen your foundation. As you lie in the stillness of this late hour, imagine yourself rising from within your own life, the way a great tree rises from soil. There is a version of you the world has never met, stronger, clearer, bolder, decisive, and tonight, while you sleep, I intend to bring that version forward. Identity is not fixed. It is not fate. It is a construct built by repeated thought. And tonight, we rebuild it into something unstoppable. You've carried an identity shaped by past mistakes, old fears, and the quiet criticism of others. Without realizing it, you've accepted labels that shrank your potential. I'm inconsistent. I'm not disciplined. I never follow through. These beliefs have ruled your decisions as if they were law. But they are not law. They are choices. Choices you no longer have to obey. Pause and think about this. Everything you've ever achieved, every success, every step forward, came from moments when you saw yourself differently, even if only for a second. Moments when you believed you could, so you did. But those moments were rare because your identity has been built on doubt instead of conviction. Tonight we change the foundation. Identity is formed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is most open, most malleable while you sleep. This is why the same man can live two entirely different lives depending on what he repeats to himself before drifting off. Tonight, you will give your deeper mind a new blueprint, the identity of a man who does not hesitate, does not shrink, does not break. Imagine waking tomorrow with a feeling you haven't known in years. You open your eyes and there is no heaviness, no dread, no negotiation with yourself. Instead, you feel purpose rise in you like heat. You move toward the day with an inner certainty you didn't have the night before. That shift is not magic, it is identity realignment. Consider how often your identity has sabotaged you. Think of the times you intended to change, wake up earlier, pursue a goal, commit to discipline, yet your old identity pulled you backward like a chain. You weren't failing in action, you were failing in identity. A man cannot act consistently in a way that contradicts who he believes himself to be. Tonight, we remove that contradiction. But listen closely. Identity is not changed by wishing. It is changed by installation, by suggestion, by repetition, by emotion, by the quiet hours when the conscious mind sleeps and the subconscious absorbs without resistance. That is why these next hours matter more than anything you will do tomorrow. You may think identity is shaped by circumstance, but that is the illusion most men die believing. Circumstance reflects identity, not the other way around. A man who sees himself as a leader is treated as one. A man who believes he is capable attracts capability. A man who believes he is strong becomes strong. The universe responds not to desire but to identity. Let me show you a simple example. Picture a man who decides he will get in shape. He buys equipment, plans routines, sets goals, but deep down, he still sees himself as someone who quits. Within weeks, the identity defeats the plan. But if that same man accepts a new identity, I am disciplined. I finish what I start. The plan becomes unnecessary. The identity produces the action effortlessly. Identity dictates behavior. And tonight we build the identity that matches the life you want. Think back to moments when you felt unstoppable, moments when something inside you knew you were meant for more than the life you were living. Those moments were glimpses of your true identity trying to break through. But glimpses are not enough. They must become your dominant state. You must sleep as that man, rise as that man, act as that man. Tonight you begin the greatest shift of your life, identity reconstruction. But first, you must release the identity built by fear. Fear has convinced you that you are smaller than your potential. Fear has whispered lies until they felt familiar. Fear has shaped your habits, your posture, your decisions. But fear can only shape a man who accepts it. Tonight, your subconscious will reject it. As you drift toward sleep, your mind will soften. The old beliefs, I'm not good enough, I'm too late, I can't change, will lose their grip. The subconscious does not defend them, it merely repeats what has been fed. Feed it something stronger, something definite, and it will obey. Let me paint a scene. Tomorrow morning, you sit at the edge of your bed. Normally, you would hesitate, scrolling, distracting yourself, delaying the day. But not this time. You stand up with a sense of direction you cannot explain. Your mind feels sharper. Your decisions feel easier. You feel aligned with something you once only imagined. This is identity installation. Do not underestimate this process. The conscious mind is loud, but the subconscious is powerful. It governs your habits, your instincts, your reactions. If your subconscious accepts a new identity tonight, your life will begin changing without effort. You will make decisions that old versions of you would not dare make. You will act with a confidence that surprises even you. But there is a warning. If you listen to these words casually, nothing will happen. Identity shifts require presence, attention, emotional surrender. You must allow these truths to settle deeper than your doubts. Identity collapses when a man chooses passivity. Identity sharpens when a man chooses intention. Tonight, choose intention. Imagine yourself 12 months from now, unrecognizable in the best possible way. Your life expanded, your opportunities multiplied, your circle elevated, your confidence undeniable. People will ask, what changed? And you will know. Your identity changed first, and everything else rearranged itself around it. You are not broken. You are simply misidentified. And a misidentified man lives below his potential, no matter how great that potential is. But once you identify as the man you are meant to become, the world begins treating you accordingly. Let yourself sink into this truth. The greatest limits in your life have never come from the outside. They came from the story you accepted about who you were. Change the story, and the limits vanish. You are not rebuilding your life, you are rebuilding the person who lives it. So breathe slowly. Let your tension dissolve. Let your body grow heavy. These next hours will not merely soothe you, they will reshape you. What you hear tonight will plant new identity commands deep within your subconscious until they become your natural state. And when you rise in the morning, something inside you will declare, I am unstoppable. Not because you pushed yourself, not because you forced anything, but because your identity finally matches your destiny. Sleep now and wake as the man you were always meant to be. As you drift toward the stillness of night, allow your mind to recall the truth it has long forgotten. Within you lives a greater likeness than the one you have shown the world, a likeness formed before fear smudged its outline. This likeness has slept beneath layers of doubt, yet it remained whole, waiting only for your recognition. You have lived many years under the weight of borrowed impressions. Teachers, companions, failures, and careless words painted images upon your mind that never belonged to you. These impressions gathered like dust upon a mirror, dimming the reflection of your rightful nature. Tonight, as your body grows heavy with rest, that dust begins to fall away. Identity is not the sum of your mistakes. It is not the shadow cast by fear. It is the inward figure you hold of yourself. And as this figure shifts, your entire world bends to its new outline. Men rise or fall according to this inward likeness. They succeed or fail according to the picture they habitually contemplate. Within you exists the rightful heir, your stronger nature. This heir has waited patiently behind the noise of your doubts. It has spoken through moments when you acted bravely, though you believed yourself timid. It guided you in hours when you solved problems others feared to touch. It whispered through victories you dismissed as luck. Tonight, that heir steps quietly into view. Let your breath ease. Let your thoughts lengthen. As the conscious mind grows faint, the deeper mind awakens to receive truth without resistance. And the truth is this: the greater self within you has never been touched by fear, never weakened by failure, never diminished by criticism. It remains whole, steady, and prepared to lead your life with dignity. Consider the young messenger boy who once believed himself insignificant. His steps were timid because his inward likeness was timid. Yet one day he pictured himself as capable, and this new picture altered his bearing. His employer sensed the change and entrusted him with greater tasks. Others later claimed he possessed natural authority, unaware that authority began as a quiet thought in a quiet mind. Tonight, similar thoughts take root within you. Your higher nature rises the way dawn approaches the horizon, not suddenly, but inevitably. As fear's mist thins from the inward mirror, clarity returns. Your true likeness is revealed not by effort, but by remembrance. You are not creating a new identity. You are recognizing the one that has always belonged to you. Repeat within gently, I recall the strength that lives within me. Allow the words to settle upon your deeper mind like warm light upon cold stone. Again, my true likeness grows clearer in silence. Again, the rightful heir within me steps forward. Each repetition removes another grain of dust from the inward mirror. The subconscious accepts truth as readily as it once accepted doubt. It resists nothing repeated with calm conviction. Tonight, remembrance becomes the sculptor of your identity. Every phrase you hear becomes another brushstroke, revealing the figure beneath. Think now of the schoolteacher who believed her voice held no weight. She carried the likeness of a timid guide, and so her life reflected that likeness. But in one still evening, she imagined herself as a leader of minds. Her manner changed first. Her tone gained clarity. Her step gained steadiness. Within months, she became a figure her peers relied upon. Her rise did not begin with skill. It began with identity. So it shall be with you. Others will sense a quiet strength in your presence. They will speak to you as though you have always possessed certainty. They will treat you according to the likeness you now allow to rise. Without effort, without strain, your life begins to align with the truth of who you are. Now breathe and release. Repeat silently, within me rests a power I have long ignored. Allow the phrase to settle deep. I welcome the rise of my rightful self. Your true identity awakens as you sleep, and the world you meet tomorrow will reflect the man who rises from this night. As you drift more deeply into rest, notice how the thoughts of the day begin to loosen their grip. The conscious mind, with all its hurried judgments, recedes like a tide withdrawing from shore. In this retreat, your deeper mind rises. And with its rising comes the opportunity to dissolve the identity you once obeyed but never chose. For years, you have worn a mask, not out of dishonesty, but out of habit. The mask was shaped by early criticism, by the careless opinions of those who did not understand your nature, by failures that left their mark upon a young mind unprepared to question them. Over time, you accepted these impressions as truth, and the mask became familiar. But familiarity is not destiny. As your breath grows steady, imagine this mask resting lightly upon your features, not fused, not permanent, merely placed there long ago. It has grown heavy, not because it belongs to you, but because you have carried it for so long. Tonight, we loosen its ties. Think of the timid clerk who believed his thoughts held no weight. For years, he shrank from offering suggestions, fearing his judgment lacked worth. Yet one day he recognized that this fear did not originate within him. It had been installed by a stern superior whose voice echoed long after the man had departed. The moment the clerk understood the mask was borrowed, it began to slip. His manner changed quietly. His employer sensed new steadiness. Responsibility increased. And soon, those around him spoke of his natural insight, unaware that the insight had always been present, concealed only by the mask he finally removed. Allow your own mask to loosen. Feel the threads that once held it firm begin to unravel. You do not tear it away. You simply stop holding it in place. A man becomes free not by force, but by recognition. And recognition dawns now. The beliefs that weakened you were never yours. The false identity speaks in the voice. Every time you consider the future as a sequence of causes and effects rather than a sudden trial, you strengthen this understanding. The subconscious accepts this pattern and begins aligning emotion and conduct accordingly. Emotion settles, conduct steadies. The entire inner system adjusts to a new expectation. Expectation is instruction. Instruction becomes habit. Habit governs reaction. Reaction shapes destiny. Fear loses relevance in this progression. The mind once rushed ahead to imagine endings. Endings frightened it because they appeared final and uncontrollable. Law replaces endings with continuance. There is always another cause to set in motion, another adjustment to make, another step to take. Continuance dissolves finality. Finality feeds fear. Continuance sustains hope grounded in action. This hope is not wishful. It is practical. It rests on the certainty that effort applied lawfully produces response. Response may arrive gradually, but it arrives inevitably. This inevitability calms the imagination. Calm imagination does not invent disaster, it invents method. Method replaces drama. Drama belongs to superstition. Superstition imagines fate as hostile. Law reveals fate as responsive. Responsive conditions can be influenced. Influence restores dignity. Dignity steadies the mind. A steady mind does not fear tomorrow. Fear also fades when a man understands that adversity is temporary and informative. Adversity does not announce ruin. It announces adjustment. The man who understands law welcomes adjustment because he knows it refines method. Refinement improves outcome. Improvement follows correction. Correction does not threaten. Fear resists correction. You no longer resist. As resistance dissolves, patience replaces urgency. Patience is not delay. It is trust in process. Trust removes anxiety. Anxiety once forced the mind to solve tomorrow in advance. That demand has been lifted. You no longer need to outrun the future. You need only meet it. Meeting the future requires presence. Presence anchors attention. Attention grounded in the present moment denies fear the ability to borrow from tomorrow. Fear weakens when it cannot escape into imagined time. The present moment is always manageable. It contains only what is real. The future frightens only when imagined as a whole. Law breaks the whole into parts. Parts Invite action. Action dissolves fear. This dissolution is not dramatic. It is gradual and certain. Each night, the subconscious is fed order instead of chaos. Each day, behavior reflects greater steadiness. Steadiness accumulates into confidence. Confidence grounded in law does not fluctuate. It endures. Others will sense this endurance. They will feel less urgency in your presence. They will trust your judgment without knowing why. This trust arises because law expresses itself quietly through conduct. Conduct aligned with law reassures. Reassurance attracts cooperation. Cooperation reduces resistance. Resistance once magnified fear. Fear loses ground. The future now begins to feel less like an unknown force and more like a continuation of what you are already doing. Continuation reduces uncertainty. Uncertainty loses its sharpness. What remains is attentiveness. Attentiveness is calm readiness. Readiness is power. Power does not fear tomorrow. Fear once claimed that tomorrow might undo you. Law refutes this claim. Tomorrow reflects today. Today is within your influence. Influence exercised consistently produces predictable change. Predictability calms the nervous impulse. Calm restores judgment. Judgment directs effort. Effort produces result. Result reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity rooted in law does not tremble. You are rooting now. As this rooting deepens, rest becomes easier. The mind no longer needs to monitor imagined threats. It releases vigilance. Sleep deepens. Recovery improves. Strength returns. Strength supports response. Response dissolves fear. This is the quiet transformation underway. The future no longer looms. It responds. It waits. It obeys law. And you are learning how to apply it without fear. When a man reaches the point where he trusts law more than feeling, fear of the future loses its last defense. Feeling fluctuates. Law does not. Feeling exaggerates. Law clarifies. A man who relies on feeling will always be uncertain. A man who relies on law will always be prepared. Prepared men do not fear tomorrow. They expect to meet it. Expectation governs posture. A man who expects to meet the future stands differently in the present. His mind does not crouch. It remains upright, attentive, and composed. This posture alone alters how the subconscious responds to uncertainty. Posture is instruction. Instruction becomes habit. Habit governs reaction. Reaction once fed fear. Reaction now feeds calm. Calm spreads through the entire inner system. Thoughts slow, images soften. The mind no longer rushes ahead, seeking to defend itself against imagined harm. Defense is no longer necessary when understanding replaces superstition. Superstition feared punishment. Law expects response. Response restores dignity. Dignity removes panic. Panic belongs to men who believe they will be overwhelmed. You are no longer feeding that belief. Each moment you accept that tomorrow will respond to causes you are now setting, fear weakens further. Fear depends on forgetting. Understanding remembers. Remembering restores balance. Balance steadies judgment. Judgment directs action. Action produces evidence. Evidence strengthens belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity no longer trembles. The future once appeared large because it was undefined. Undefined things invite imagination, and imagination without discipline invents danger. Law defines. It reduces the future from an overwhelming mass into a series of consequences. Consequences are manageable. They respond to adjustment. Adjustment is power. A man who adjusts does not fear error. Error becomes instruction rather than condemnation. Fear depends on the belief that mistakes are final. Law reveals that mistakes are temporary signals guiding correction. Correction improves outcome. Outcome reinforces confidence. Confidence dissolves fear. This is why men who persist rarely fear tomorrow. Persistence assumes correction. It assumes learning. It assumes progress even through difficulty. Fear assumes collapse. These two assumptions cannot coexist. You are choosing persistence. Persistence aligns with law. Law supports persistence. As this alignment strengthens, the mind stops scanning the horizon for danger. It becomes occupied with present action. Occupation is the enemy of anxiety. Anxiety thrives in idle imagination. Imagination engaged in method cannot breed fear. Method replaces mystery. Mystery once magnified the future. Magnification dissolves under understanding. Understanding shrinks fear to its true size. That size is small. The future no longer appears as an unknown judge. It appears as a field governed by principle. Fields do not threaten. They invite cultivation. Cultivation requires patience, not panic. Patience grows from trust. Trust rests on experience. Experience has already shown you that you can respond. You are reminding the mind of this truth now. Each reminder weakens fear's claim that you are unprepared. Preparedness is not knowledge of events. It is confidence in response. Response is trained through repetition, not prediction. Prediction failed you. Repetition will not. As repetition continues, the nervous impulse that once accompanied thoughts of tomorrow begins to quiet. The body responds to belief faster than the mind recognizes it. This quiet is evidence that fear is no longer being reinforced. Reinforcement maintains habit. Habit force preserves what is reinforced. You are reinforcing law. Fear loses reinforcement. Fear fades. The future now appears closer, more familiar, less abstract. Familiarity removes intimidation. The unknown becomes known in method, if not in detail. Method is sufficient. Detail will arrive when needed. Need will arise when action demands it. Action is now easier. Ease does not mean passivity. It means absence of resistance. Resistance once fed fear. Fear starves without resistance. You are learning to trust the sequence of life rather than fearing its turns. Sequence implies order. Order implies predictability of response. Response is where your power resides. Power exercised calmly is mastery. Mastery does not announce itself, it operates. As mastery develops, you may notice that others sense your steadiness. They may seek your judgment. They may rely on your composure. They may feel safer in your presence. This is not coincidence. Law expresses itself outwardly through conduct. Conduct aligned with law inspires confidence. Confidence spreads. Fear retreats. The future now begins to feel like something you are already participating in, rather than something waiting to confront you. Participation removes fear. Spectators fear more than participants. You are no longer a spectator. You are engaged. Engagement replaces dread with purpose. Purpose organizes thought. Organized thought sustains calm. Calm governs. Reaction. Reaction no longer feeds fear. This cycle strengthens itself. As this understanding deepens, the mind no longer demands certainty of outcome. It rests in certainty of process. Process unfolds reliably when guided by law. Trust in process is the final antidote to fear of the future. You are trusting now. Trust removes vigilance. Vigilance once exhausted you. Exhaustion magnified fear. Rest restores strength. Strength supports response. Response dissolves fear. The future no longer stands apart from you. It responds. It reflects. It obeys law. And you are learning quietly and steadily how to meet it without fear. Fear of the future gains most of its strength from a single misuse of the mind, undisciplined imagination. The imagination was never intended to serve as a workshop for disaster. Its purpose is creation. Yet when left without guidance, it drifts naturally toward danger, because danger excites emotion, and emotion demands attention. Attention feeds repetition. Repetition feeds habit. Habit feeds fear. This cycle has been operating silently for years. Most men do not realize that every fearful picture of tomorrow they have ever held was self-created. No outer force placed it there. It arose because imagination was allowed to roam without command. When imagination roams, it does not choose wisely. It chooses vividly. Vivid images persuade the subconscious. The subconscious obeys images. Thus, fear becomes convincing. The man who wishes to remove fear of the future must first reclaim authority over imagination. Authority does not mean suppression. Suppression strengthens what it attempts to destroy. Authority means direction. The imagination must be given work to do, or it will invent work for itself. Invented work is always dangerous. Directed work is always useful. Disaster is never feared because it is likely. It is feared because it is rehearsed. The subconscious responds not to probability, but to repetition. A single fearful image repeated nightly is more influential than 100 calm facts considered briefly. This is why fear grows strongest at night. Night removes resistance. Night invites rehearsal. Most men rehearse unconsciously. You are learning to rehearse deliberately. When imagination is directed, fear loses its stage. It cannot perform without images. Remove the images, and fear becomes weak, shapeless, and ineffective. This is why men who focus imagination on plans feel calmer than those who focus on outcomes. Outcomes excite fear. Plans direct effort. Effort calms the mind. The imagination must be trained to picture sequence instead of catastrophe. Sequence breaks the future into steps. Catastrophe presents it as a single overwhelming moment. The mind can engage steps. It recoils from masses. Fear magnifies. Sequence reduces. This is the lawful remedy. Thomas Edison did not imagine failure when his experiments did not succeed. He imagined adjustment. Each attempt was not an ending, but a step. This habit of imagination kept his mind productive rather than fearful. Productive imagination builds confidence. Fearful imagination drains it. When a man repeatedly imagines disaster, he conditions his body to respond with tension. The body learns fear before the mind understands it. This is why fear feels physical. It is rehearsed physically through imagination. Directed imagination releases tension. Release restores calm. Calm improves judgment. You are now retraining imagination to serve judgment rather than fear. This retraining begins by refusing to entertain vague pictures of harm. Vagueness is fear's ally. The imagination paints danger broadly because it lacks instruction. Instruction brings precision. Precision removes exaggeration. Exaggeration feeds fear. Precision starves it. When a fearful image arises, it need not be resisted. Resistance gives it energy. Instead, it is replaced. Replacement is the only permanent cure. The image of catastrophe is replaced with the image of response. Response is always within your control. Imagine yourself responding calmly. Imagine yourself adjusting intelligently. Imagine yourself continuing. These images instruct the subconscious to expect competence rather than collapse. Competence dissolves fear. As this practice continues, the imagination becomes quieter. It no longer leaps automatically to worst-case scenes. It waits for direction. This waiting is not emptiness. It is readiness. Readiness is calm. Calm is power. Fear cannot survive where power is assumed. Imagination, when disciplined, becomes the greatest ally of courage. It allows the mind to rehearse success, steadiness, and correction. These rehearsals prepare the nervous system to respond without panic. Panic is rehearsed fear. Calm is rehearsed order. You are rehearsing order now. The future begins to feel less threatening because the mind is no longer filling it with uncontrolled pictures. It is filling it with method. Method occupies imagination productively. Fear retreats when imagination is busy with constructive work. Busy imagination does not wander. Wandering imagination invents danger. This distinction changes everything. Others will sense this change before you fully. Recognize it yourself. They will notice that you are less reactive, less anxious, less inclined to anticipate trouble. They may say you seem more grounded. What they are noticing is disciplined imagination. Disciplined imagination communicates stability. Stability reassures. Reassurance attracts trust. Trust invites opportunity. Opportunity met with calm produces progress. Progress reinforces confidence. Confidence further disciplines imagination. The cycle strengthens itself. Fear once trained imagination to expect disaster. You are now training imagination to expect direction. Expectation shapes experience. Experience reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity governs destiny. This is the lawful sequence now unfolding. From this point forward, the imagination will no longer be a breeding ground for fear of the future. It will become a workshop for preparation. Preparation does not require knowing what will happen. It requires knowing how you will respond. You are learning to picture response rather than result. This alone removes fear's foundation. As this practice deepens, sleep becomes easier. The mind no longer entertains frightening images before rest. It releases the day without anticipation of harm. Rest deepens. Recovery improves. Strength returns. Strength supports response. Response dissolves fear. This is the quiet victory of disciplined imagination. The future no longer frightens the man who controls his images, and you are learning how to do exactly that. When imagination is no longer permitted to roam without direction, fear loses its favorite instrument. Fear cannot exist without pictures. It feeds upon scenes the mind paints in advance. When those scenes are withdrawn and replaced with orderly expectation, fear weakens, then fades, then becomes unfamiliar. Unfamiliar thoughts lose power. Power follows repetition. You are changing repetition now. The imagination was never meant to predict calamity. Its proper office is to arrange thought into form, to give structure to desire, and to provide the mind with direction. When it is idle, it turns against the thinker. When it is occupied, it becomes his ally. An occupied imagination is a disciplined imagination. Discipline brings calm. Calm dissolves fear. Men who fear the future suffer not from danger, but from unused imagination. They allow it to invent endings instead of beginnings. Endings frighten the mind because they imply loss of control. Beginnings invite movement and adjustment. Adjustment is power in motion. Power removes fear. Each time the imagination rehearses response instead of result, it instructs the subconscious to expect competence. Expectation shapes posture. Posture shapes conduct. Conduct shapes outcome. Fear cannot interrupt this chain once it is established. Established chains govern behavior. Behavior reinforces identity. Identity stabilizes courage. This stability is now forming within you. You may notice that when a fearful thought arises, it no longer holds your attention as it once did. It appears briefly, then fades. This is not suppression, it is neglect. Neglect starves fear more effectively than resistance ever could. Fear demands attention. Attention gives it life. You are withdrawing attention. In its place, you are supplying imagination with useful labor. You are teaching it to picture orderly movement, calm response, and steady continuation. These images do not excite emotion, they settle it. Settled emotion allows reason to guide action. Reason directs imagination productively. This cooperation between reason and imagination is the foundation of all achievement. It is also the end of fear. Fear arises only when imagination operates without reason. Reason restores balance. Balance calms the mind. Calm strengthens judgment. Judgment improves response. Response dissolves fear. This progression does not require effort. It requires consistency. Each night you repeat this practice, imagination becomes more obedient. Obedience does not feel restrictive. It feels relieving. Relief arrives when chaos ends. Chaos lived in uncontrolled pictures. Pictures are now under command. The future no longer appears as a stage upon which disaster might appear without warning. It appears as a field of activity awaiting direction. Fields are worked, not feared. Work replaces worry. Worry consumes strength without producing result. Work guided by imagination produces progress. Progress reassures the subconscious. Reassurance quiets fear. You are noticing this quiet now. Others will notice it soon. They will observe that you no longer speculate about what might go wrong. You speak more of what can be done. This shift alters how people respond to you. They trust your judgment because it is not clouded by fear. Trust attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. Effort applied calmly produces better outcomes. Outcomes reinforce confidence. Confidence further disciplines imagination. Fear recedes further. The imagination now begins to work ahead of you constructively. Instead of rehearsing harm, it anticipates order. It supplies the mind with pathways rather than obstacles. This constructive anticipation is the opposite of fear. Fear anticipates loss. Constructive imagination anticipates process. Process is manageable. Manageability removes intimidation. As intimidation fades, the future no longer feels heavy. It feels neutral, even inviting. This neutrality is important. Fear is emotional excess. Neutrality restores clarity. Clarity allows intelligent action. Intelligent action replaces anxiety. Anxiety once exhausted you. Energy is returning now. This energy is not excitement. It is steadiness. Steadiness is more powerful than excitement because it endures. Endurance carries men through uncertainty without collapse. Fear collapses endurance. You are rebuilding it. As disciplined imagination becomes habit, fear of the future will no longer arise automatically. When it does arise, it will be recognized immediately as misdirected thought. Recognition removes its mystery. Without mystery, fear loses authority. Authority follows belief. Belief is shifting. The imagination has been reclaimed. From this point forward, it will serve direction rather than disaster. It will assist planning rather than prediction. It will support courage rather than doubt. This change is permanent if maintained. Maintenance requires only repetition. You are repeating now. Rest in this discipline. The future no longer belongs to fear. It belongs to imagination under command. And you are learning to command it. As imagination learns to obey, the nervous impulse that once accompanied thoughts of tomorrow begins to quiet. The body no longer braces itself against images that are no longer supplied. This physical calm is not accidental. The body follows the mind's pictures. When the pictures change, the response changes. Fear was once rehearsed nightly. Order is now rehearsed. Rehearsal becomes habit. Habit governs reaction. Reaction once produced tension. Reaction now produces composure. Composure is not absence of thought. It is absence of disorder. The mind remains active, yet it moves deliberately. Deliberate movement prevents panic. Panic requires speed without direction. Direction removes urgency. Urgency once magnified the future. The future is now returning to proper scale. When imagination is disciplined, it no longer leaps ahead to the final scene. It remains with the next step. This restraint protects the mind from overload. Overload overwhelms judgment. Judgment weakened by overload feeds fear. Fear collapses judgment. Judgment restores control. You are restoring judgment now. This restoration changes how the mind approaches uncertainty. Uncertainty no longer invites speculation. It invites preparation. Preparation does not demand prediction. It demands readiness of response. Readiness is rehearsed through imagination. You are rehearsing readiness. As readiness becomes familiar, fear becomes unfamiliar. Familiarity determines authority. Thoughts that feel familiar influence behavior automatically. Thoughts that feel foreign are ignored. Fear is becoming foreign. Directed imagination is becoming familiar. This reversal marks real progress. You may notice that your thoughts about the future no longer spiral. They arrive, pause, and depart. This calm passing indicates that imagination is no longer amplifying them. Amplification fed fear. Restraint dissolves it. Restraint is strength. Strength steadies emotion. Emotion once carried fear. Emotion now carries calm. Calm alters perception. Perception shapes expectation. Expectation guides conduct. Conduct determines outcome. This sequence is now operating in your favor. Men who command imagination do not live in anticipation of disaster. They live in preparation for action. Preparation replaces dread with purpose. Purpose directs effort. Effort applied purposefully reassures the subconscious. Reassurance quiets fear. The future now begins to feel less like a threat and more like a task. Tasks can be approached methodically. Threats demand defense. Defense exhausts. Method sustains. Sustained effort outlasts fear. Fear depends on collapse. You are not collapsing. You are continuing. As imagination continues to serve order, sleep deepens. The mind no longer feeds itself frightening images before rest. Instead, it releases the day without rehearsal of harm. This release allows habit force to continue its work uninterrupted. Habit force supports whatever is repeated calmly. You are repeating calm. Calm will be preserved. This preservation ensures that fear of the distress future does not return easily. Fear cannot regain influence without images. Images cannot persist without attention. Attention is now directed elsewhere. Elsewhere toward sequence. Sequence toward action. Action toward progress. Progress toward confidence. Confidence toward calm authority. Authority dissolves fear. This is not a temporary condition. It is structural. Once imagination is disciplined, it does not easily return to chaos. Order feels better. Calm feels safer. The mind prefers them. Preference guides behavior. Behavior stabilizes identity. Identity governs destiny. The future no longer frightens the man who controls his images. You are learning to do so steadily, and the more steadily you do, the quieter fear becomes until it is no longer heard at all. As imagination comes fully under command, the mind begins to experience a new form of freedom. This freedom is not emptiness, nor is it distraction. It is freedom from intrusion. Thoughts no longer arrive uninvited and remain unchallenged. They appear, are recognized, and pass if they serve no purpose. Purpose governs thought. Thought governed by purpose does not wander. Wandering is the birthplace of fear. When imagination is no longer allowed to wander, fear loses its breeding ground. It cannot form without unexamined pictures. It cannot grow without attention. It cannot persist without repetition. All three are now being withdrawn. Withdrawal is not force. It is discipline. Discipline restores order. Order settles the mind. A settled mind does not invent danger to occupy itself. It finds satisfaction in sequence, in preparation, in steady movement forward. This satisfaction replaces the restless urge to imagine endings. Endings once frightened the mind because they appeared final. Finality implies loss of control. Control returns through continuance. Continuance dissolves fear. The imagination now begins to assist rather than alarm. It offers possibilities of adjustment instead of scenes of collapse. It shows the mind how to proceed rather than what to avoid. This shift changes the emotional tone of the future from threatening to neutral. Neutrality is powerful. Fear cannot thrive in neutrality. Neutrality allows judgment. Judgment directs action. Action produces progress. Progress reassures the subconscious. Reassurance weakens fear. You are now experiencing this reassurance. It does not announce itself loudly. It feels like quiet steadiness, a sense that tomorrow does not require defense, a sense that whatever arrives will be met competently. This sense is not emotion, it is structure. Structure governs behavior even when emotion fluctuates. Fear relied on emotion. You are relying on structure. As structure strengthens, imagination stops magnifying uncertainty. It no longer paints the future larger than it is. It restores proportion. Proportion is the enemy of fear. Fear survives only when imagination exaggerates scale. Scale reduced becomes manageable. Manageable becomes approachable. Approachable invites action. Action dissolves dread. This is why men who plan calmly do not fear tomorrow. They do not know outcomes in advance, but they know steps. Steps are sufficient. Fear demands outcomes. Law operates through steps. You are aligning with law. Others will soon notice this alignment. They will sense that you no longer speculate about what might happen. You speak of what can be done. Your language becomes simpler, more direct. This simplicity is not ignorance. It is clarity. Clarity is confidence. Confidence attracts trust. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation eases effort. Ease encourages persistence. Persistence outlasts fear. As imagination continues its disciplined work, the mind no longer seeks stimulation through worry. Worry once provided movement in the absence of direction. Direction has now been supplied. The mind prefers direction. Preference guides habit force. Habit force preserves preference. Fear loses its place. The future now feels less like an abstract unknown and more like an extension of present. Conduct. Extension implies continuity. Continuity reassures. Reassurance quiets the impulse to predict disaster. Prediction of disaster was never protection. It was rehearsal. Rehearsal is now constructive. Constructive rehearsal prepares response. Response dissolves fear. The imagination is now rehearsing competence rather than collapse. Each time this rehearsal occurs, the nervous impulse grows calmer. The body learns that it no longer needs to brace itself against thought. This physical calm reinforces mental calm. The cycle is complete. Mind instructs body. Body confirms mind. Fear fades. This fading does not require attention. It happens naturally when imagination is no longer misused. Misuse was unconscious. Discipline is conscious. Conscious use always prevails. You are now using imagination consciously. This use will continue as long as repetition continues. Repetition does not require effort. It requires consistency. Consistency is now forming. From this point forward, fear of the future will not dominate your nights. The images that once fueled it are gone. In their place stand orderly pictures of response, adjustment, and continuation. These pictures instruct habit force. Habit force protects what it is given. Fear will not easily return. And even if it attempts to appear, it will find no images to support it. Without images, fear cannot speak. Without speech, it cannot persuade. Without persuasion, it dissolves. You are learning why disciplined imagination is the master key. The future no longer frightens the man who controls his inner pictures, and you are becoming that man. When imagination is fully reclaimed, the mind no longer seeks excitement through fear. Fear once supplied intensity where direction was absent. Intensity without purpose exhausted the mind and created the illusion of urgency. That illusion has dissolved. What remains is quiet engagement with what is real. Reality does not frighten. Only imagined disorder does. As imagination becomes orderly, the future loses its dramatic edge. It no longer appears as a sudden event waiting to test you. It appears as a continuation of conduct already underway. Continuation feels familiar. Familiarity removes intimidation. Intimidation depends on novelty. Order removes novelty. This change is subtle but decisive. You may find that thoughts of tomorrow no longer demand attention. They pass without insistence. This passing indicates that imagination is no longer feeding them energy. Energy once supplied fear with urgency. Urgency fades without fuel. Fear fades with it. The imagination now performs its proper office. It arranges thought into sequence. It supports planning rather than speculation. It assists judgment rather than undermines it. This assistance strengthens self-command. Self-command is calm power. Power does not hurry. It proceeds. Proceeding steadily removes the impulse to foresee endings. Endings frightened the mind because they suggested finality. Disciplined imagination replaces endings with continuance. There is always a next step, a next adjustment, a next decision. Continuance dissolves finality. Finality fed fear. Fear loses ground. As this condition stabilizes, the future no longer occupies emotional space. It occupies practical space. Practical space invites preparation. Preparation does not excite anxiety. It produces readiness. Readiness quiets fear. The body now responds differently to thoughts of what lies ahead. Where tension once appeared, relaxation now follows. This response is not forced, it is learned. The body has been instructed through repeated calm imagery. Imagery instructs physiology. Physiology reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity governs reaction. Reaction no longer feeds fear. Others will sense this transformation in your presence. You will seem less reactive, less hurried, less burdened by anticipation. They may not understand why you feel easier to speak with, easier to rely upon. What they are sensing is disciplined imagination expressing itself through calm conduct. Calm conduct invites trust. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation reduces resistance. Resistance once magnified fear. Fear retreats. The imagination now finds satisfaction in building rather than warning. Warning was its former occupation, born of neglect. Building is its rightful role. Building requires patience, order, and repetition. Patience replaces urgency. Order replaces chaos. Repetition replaces anxiety. This replacement is now established. Fear of the future cannot coexist with disciplined imagination, because disciplined imagination supplies the mind with direction. Direction removes the need for alarm. Alarm existed only to fill emptiness. Emptiness has been filled with sequence, sequence with purpose, purpose with action, action with progress, progress with confidence, confidence with calm, authority. This authority does not boast, it rests. Rest is not withdrawal. It is trust in the system now operating within you. Trust allows release. Release deepens rest. Rest strengthens judgment. Judgment improves response. Response removes fear. You are no longer dependent upon favorable thoughts to feel secure. Security now comes from structure. Structure remains even when emotion fluctuates. Fear once rose when emotion fell. Structure prevents collapse. Collapse fed fear. Fear is losing relevance. The imagination will continue serving you in this manner as long as it is occupied. Occupation does not require constant attention. It requires habit. Habit is now forming. Habit force preserves order. Order endures. This endurance marks the completion of this work. Fear of the future has been removed not by force, but by replacement. Imagination has been given its rightful task. It no longer invents danger. It constructs readiness. Readiness does not fear tomorrow. It meets it. This is the permanent condition you are entering. And with disciplined imagination firmly in place, the future holds no power to disturb you. Fear of the future does not persist because it is reasonable. It persists because it has been practiced. Practice ingrains habit. Habit shapes response. Response becomes character. Character then appears fixed, even though it was formed gradually and unconsciously. What was formed unconsciously can be reshaped consciously. This is the work of habit force. Habit force is neither good nor bad. It simply preserves whatever is repeated with feeling. For years, fear has been rehearsed nightly, quietly, and without resistance. The subconscious accepted these rehearsals as instruction and built response around them. Response followed habit. Habit followed repetition. Repetition followed neglect. Neglect ends here. Most men attempt to defeat fear by argument. They reason with it. They analyze it. They explain it. None of these methods succeed because fear is not intellectual. It is habitual. Habit is never broken by logic alone. It is replaced only by a stronger habit. Replacement is law. Fear must be crowded out. Habit force obeys only what is repeated. You are now repeating something different. Every night the mind falls asleep while entertaining calm expectation. Habit force records that state, every night fear is absent. Its claim weakens. Habit force does not argue. It records. It preserves. It reinforces. Reinforcement creates permanence. Permanence stabilizes identity. Identity governs reaction. Fear once governed reaction. Reaction is changing now. This change does not arrive as excitement, it arrives as neutrality. Neutrality is the first sign that habit force is shifting. Fear thrives on emotion. Neutrality deprives it of fuel. Fuel was supplied through repetition. Repetition has changed. Men often believe that change must feel dramatic to be real. This belief is false. Habit force changes quietly. The most powerful transformations occur without announcement. They reveal themselves later through conduct. Conduct is the evidence. You will notice that decisions come easier. The future does not demand negotiation. You move forward without argument. This ease is not recklessness. It is habit aligned with order.